Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street on this, the 1st of February. Brand new start to the month, and also Gong Hei Fa Choi, it's Lunar New Year. It's the year of the tiger. So I hope you're looking forward to a fierce and fabulous Lunar New Year. We've got a fierce and fabulous lineup this morning here on Sewing Street, so I hope you're planning to spend the whole morning with us. It's also the start of my official birthday month. It's actually in the calendar. If you look, it's in the small print on the first page. The start of February, my official birthday month. It's wonderful to have your company here today. Hope you'll get in touch, message the studio, send emails in, say hi, let me know what you're up to. Now, let's start with our early bird, and not just one, but two. Let's start the day right. Get those little birdies out. Now, we're going to start, we've got two panels. Now, each one is available individually. This one's called Positivity, and there's a little bit of a play on words. Can you see? Because it says tea, and then there's a cup of tea. This is really fun. I've never seen a panel like this. Isn't this cool? Stay positive. You can do this. Focus on whole health. Physical, emotional, relational, spiritual, mental and nutrition. Healthy body, healthy mind. Couldn't agree more. Practice, always be learning and growing. Leave room for surprises. Oh, I like that one. Brave enough to climb any mountain. Sounds scary but fun. Pass it on. Oh, I love this. Now, you could, of course, cut these and applique them to something else, couldn't you? You could turn it into a whole wall hanging. That would be ace. It's really different, isn't it? Now, we're going to drop the price because it's our early bird. 7.99 today. Fantastic. You know, funnily enough, I was having a chat on Sewing Street Fans yesterday with somebody about using panels, and we were kind of talking about the pros, the cons, the opportunities for how you can use them. And you know, I just love a panel because they offer so many different options. You could use this as a wall hanging just as it is. You could hem the edges, put some tabs at the top and just hang it off a pole somewhere in the house. You could use it as a little curtain if you wanted to. You could cover up a window with it as well. You could also use it as the centre of a quilt, but then also you can cut into it as well. You could embroider some of the cups, you could cut them out, you could applique them, you could add them to a bag, you could add them, make them into mug rugs. Yeah, just kind of cut out different sections. You could also maybe give it to a friend who loves their tea, like me. I'm looking about the table. I have no tea yet, but don't worry. I'm not worrying because one will be here soon. I've been promised. But I live on tea and biscuits. What was that? Who did that? And biscuits. Lots of you multiplying these. They're great, aren't they? One for me, one for you. Really fun. You know, it's a bit different. And I think what's lovely about the panels that we have here is that we offer some really different styles of panel. This one, I love the shaping. Terrific. Terrific. And it's Michael Miller, and we love Michael Miller. So that's positivity. But next up, about something for those of you who like a cup of joe, as I believe they say stateside. A cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. I love this one. I love the colours. I love all the different motifs on this. This one's called Coffee is Always the Answer. Whatever the question. That's dropping from $10.99 to $7.99. That's a great price, isn't it? Cappuccino. I approve. I approve very much. Coffee talk. Friends and coffee. Iced coffee, never really got that. Never really got that. Hannah, our producer, loves an iced coffee. A frappe. A frappe. Americano, love that. Love Americano. Coffee time, anytime. Fresh ground coffee. Now, I brought this little bag just to show you the kind of thing that you could make. This is one idea using this panel. A little double-sided, just using those two bottom panels. You've got 8 of those panels, so you could make 4 of those bags. Just add a bit of solid. Now, maybe you've got one of these fancy coffee makers, you know, that have the pods. You could make yourself a little basket. You could use a different square on each side. I'd use 4 of those and a plain bottom. If you've got my book bags for life, just use the Crafter's caddy, storage caddy. In fact, I'm going to grab mine and show you what I mean. And in the Crafter's caddy, there it is, you've got your pods, you've got your storage pods. Okay, these kind of things that are just really simply made out of squares. Yeah, and I've got my, oh, lovely, good little snack there. Yes, it's not just for storing craft materials, thank you. I've got to have my snacks in there as well. But you could use one of these on either side. So I reckon these are probably about 9 inches square or something like that. And you could use those for the sides. I would use something like Bosal if you're going to make a pod basket. Let's just see. Oh gosh, look, 10 inches, really good size. So yeah, Bosal inside, and that in our form, and that would make a great basket. Lots of lovely ideas there. Now, interestingly, this is a little bit of a coffee/tea face-off here, isn't it? Which is the most popular. And, important business, folks. My tea mug has got a tea bag in it right by the kettle. I put it ready. Thank you, Director Joe. And we've got 2 directors today. We've got Joe and we've got Charlie. And still absolutely no direction. Coffee is in the lead. Are you team tea or are you team coffee? Get in touch, I want to know. Are you team tea or team coffee? What's your favourite drink? Now, you could use these panels in so many different ways. The square panels are super, super versatile. You can use them to make little wall hangings. So 1 square or 4 together with a border. Little hanger at the top would be ace. You can use them as cushions as well. Again, I'd put a border around them. These could be placemats. 1/4 of the stock of this one's already gone. Actually, the tea as well, 1/4 of the stock has gone. The tea lovers have had an extra slurp of tea and have jumped on iPads and ordered. I'm going to get the positivity out as well. Morning to everyone, by the way. Sally's got in touch to say tea all the way. Sally is team tea. Maureen's chipped in now. No, coffee all the way. Coffee. I'm a tea boy for sure. Every single time. Hillary's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Really looking forward to my morning spent with you. Thank you, darling Hillary. We don't need tea or coffee, do we? Just each other's company. Claire, good morning, Stuart and all. Susan says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Damp start here in Derbyshire. Put the kettle on. Have a cuppa. Patricia, good morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Bless you. Coffee's gone back into the lead. Half the stock. Morning, Stuart and team. Definitely a tea addict from Heather. Totally with you. Totally with you. My mum calls me a tea belly, which I think is reasonable, because I literally can just drink 1 cup after another. I'm a chain tea drinker. Good morning, Stuart in the studio. It's got to be team coffee in the morning and team tea at tea time. I get that. Love you all. Have a great day from Carolyn in the West Midlands. Yep, you make a very fair point there, Carolyn. A cup of coffee just to get you going in the morning and then perhaps a bit more sedate throughout the course of the day. Yeah, there's a bit of caffeine in both, isn't there? What a great pair, though. You could do both, couldn't you? Coffee for the coffee lovers, tea for the tea lovers. There's a lot of gift ideas, actually, in this panel, which I like. There's a lot of different ways. Claire says, tea or coffee? Depends on the time of day. Yes, agreed, actually. Kirsty, morning, Stuart. Definitely team tea. Can't start the day without at least 2. Yep, me too. Me too. I actually have to have breakfast in stages as well. I have breakfast now. I learnt this from a friend, Ange. Breakfast number 1, breakfast number 2, and sometimes even a breakfast number 3, or certainly 11's is. Bernadette brings up a very good point, actually. Morning, Stuart. Has to be coffee unless it's pink gin. Obviously, Bernadette, goodness me. Where's the pink gin panel? Actually, a gin panel would be fun, wouldn't it? I like that idea, Bernadette. I love it. Yes, pink gin. Gin's really become a thing, hasn't it? Well, we'll let you know throughout the show which one sells out first. Will it be positivity or will it be coffee is always the answer? We shall see. We'll let you know at the end of the hour, but keep going through for your tea or coffee panels, won't you? There are early bird today. Jane says, definitely tea all day long, literally. Love it. Absolutely. Where's my tea? Here's Director Joe. Oh, excellent. Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, and it's the perfect shade as well. I give them a Pantone number just so that they get it right. Now then, shall we move round? Oh no, we're not yet. Today, I haven't had my tea. Let's look at today's menu. There you go. Get him a cup of coffee. 8 a.m, it's fabulous fabric. And then at 9 a.m, the fabulous Cara Ackerman's here with her layered collar poncho. It's gorgeous. Check this out. It is, look at that. So stylish. I really love that. Really, really popular book that the pattern comes from. We've got that today. And we've also got Italian sheep fabric, which is absolutely beautiful. They're in the car park as we speak. I've got my clippers. I have actually shorn sheep. And believe me, the sheep are still talking about it now. At 10 a.m, we've got Quilting Tools. I'll be doing a little demo in that hour as well. Then at 11 a.m, the Big Bow Satchel with Cara Ackerman. I love a big bow. If you're going to have a bow, have a big one. Now, I can show you that too, actually, the satchel. It's from one of Debbie Shaw's books. Now, we've got a special offer, actually, today. Buy 2 Debbie Shaw books and save 15%. Now, it just applies to these 2 books, backpacks or satchels. You can buy 1 of each. You can buy 2 of the same. You need to check out in the same transaction, and then you don't have to do anything else. Just check 2 of those books out in the same basket, and you'll automatically get a 15% discount on those 2 books. That offer's valid until 23:59 precisely today. And yeah, you don't have to do anything else. Gorgeous. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Juki sewing machines. Now, it is a Christmas, a Christmas show. Gary, lovely Gary, will be showing us the Juki sewing machines. But rather importantly, today, 1st of February, Elna sewing machines have all gone up in price. Now, Juki sewing machines at the moment are staying at the regular price. They have not put their prices up yet. I mean, I think we're holding back the tide. I think it's fair to say it's coming. But at the moment, Juki sewing machines are the price we're familiar with. So if you've been in the market for a Juki sewing machine, stay tuned at 12 o'clock for that. Now, also, just quickly mention that the Elna 680 has been available on pre-order this week. And so this is available for pre-order. It's at delivery mid-February. So middle of this month, you'll get your Elna 680 Plus. You're also, for pre-ordering, getting a £50 credit to your Sewing Street account to spend in March. And you can spend that on anything you like. So if you are thinking about getting an Elna 680 Plus, you've been waiting for it to come back into stock. We have got limited stock available for pre-order. We have a message from Linda. Hi Stuart, please can you wish me a happy birthday today? I won't say how old I am because it's scary. Love, Linda, otherwise known as Crystal. Oh, Linda, Crystal, I'm sending you a massive happy birthday. Have a fabulous, don't just have a day, have a month. Have a month now. Very happy birthday to you. Mrs. from Cambridge. Morning, Stuart. I ordered my adjuster form on Sunday for my birthday and just had a message to say it will be here today. How brilliant is that? It is brilliant, but more brilliant is it's your birthday. Mwah. Happy, happy birthday. Now, I also, just before I disappear, I want to also say I'd had a message. Well, I'm not disappearing as such, but Yeah, I'm just reading messages on the Facebook page. Yes, Lynn got in touch to say good morning, Stuart and crew. Can you give a special hello to Jan Brown? Mwah, special hello to you, Jan, and to Lynn, one of my biggest fans. Oh, bless you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for your company. It's wonderful to have you here. Now, you can get in touch with the studio. Let's just show you how you can do that. You can email us if you'd like, studio@sewingstreet.com. Send us pics that way too. You can also go onto the website or Facebook through the Facebook page and send in a message to Sewing Street TV. And then sewingstreet.com when you want to shop with us. Easy peasy. And remember, you only pay 1 P&P here, £3.95 for the whole day. Oh, it's lovely to get all your messages and all the people who've got birthdays this month. Apparently, it's not just all about my birthday this month. Thursday, my actual birthday this week, we'll be having a very special day. So make sure you stay tuned. We've got giveaways and we've got a special guest. We've got balloons. We've got cake. I'm just saying these things in the hope that someone's listening. Our producer Hannah's saying, no, I'm sorry, there was interference there. I didn't hear a word of it. Now, let's start with... I know, I'm just getting them out of the bag. Sorry. There we go. Let's start with some gorgeous florals. I don't know about you, but I am so ready now for springtime and, you know, spring and summer. I've just been doing some makes with the new Tilda spring-summer range, and that's really put me in a spring-summery mood. Now, we've got some absolutely beautiful florals here. And these are brilliant for home decor, brilliant for quilting, but also I looked at these and I just thought spring and summer weddings and special little get-togethers and just lovely spring and summer dressmaking projects. They're all available by the half metre. I'm going to run through them now. Let's start with IN38. I just love... It's almost a sort of wasabi background. It's beautiful, isn't it? 100% cotton. They're from Wyndham Fabrics. Fabulous, fabulous company. Standard quilt weight and width. Do you know what? We're going to do a special birthday treat. It's the start of birthday month. Let's crash the price. Why not? We're feeling... Wow, $4.99, that's fab. Check that out. Very nice, very nice. I mean, if you want some fresh spring cushions for the conservatory or the sitting room or in the kitchen or bedroom, just a little freshen up, some simple square or rectangular cushions, bit of piping. Why not pick out that lovely pink for a binding or a piping round the outside edge? Would look absolutely gorgeous. 2 or 3 of those chucked on the sofa and spring is here. Love that. Really pretty. Now let's go with another very pretty colour, this lilac FH34. This is beautiful, isn't it? Again, spring summer weddings. I think that's a very elegant colour. $7.49 per half metre, but we're going to take it down to $4.99. We've kind of set the tone now, haven't we? I think that's it's very mother of the bride if you were going to dressmake. I think it's lovely. A message on my bottom. Just wanted to say Happy Lunar New Year. Birmingham will be full of colour today. Have a super day and wishing everyone prosperity and good health. Oh, Carolyn, that's a lovely message. Thank you so much. Wishing you a very happy Lunar New Year as well. When I was 40, we went to Perth in Western Australia, and Lunar New Year that year was actually on my birthday. So we went to Chinatown for dinner, and they had the big dancing dragons, you know, the dragon dancers. And the most amazing thing they did, they had iceberg lettuces, okay, bear with. And what they do is they like throw it up in the air and or they have it on a stick, I think maybe. They have it on a stick. And the dragon goes right up onto its hind leg and kind of chomps on the lettuce. And there's bits of lettuce flying everywhere. But apparently it brings great prosperity. So much fun, so much fun. Now, another one which is, this is gorgeous. Again, got that lovely fresh brightness. This is AQ01. That's gorgeous. That is so pretty. £7.49 is the regular price per half metre, but we are crashing that price to £4.99. Remember, you can multi-buy on this, on any of these. It comes in half metre increments. So if you want 3 metres, just put 6 units. Oh, Wendy's message, morning Stuart, in Austria, off skiing in an hour's time, but having my morning fix of Sewing Street with a cuppa and first breakfast, second one up the mountain with a hot chocolate. Wendy, got a little bit of envy creeping in now. That sounds fabulous. More about the hot chocolate, actually. How lovely. Now, this is a gorgeous colour. This is OC79. Now, this has been called coral. I think this is more what I would term a terracotta. But either way, cinnabar. Now that, yes, cinnabar. Totally get that. That is beautiful. Again, dressmaking, home deck, quilt making too. What about that as the border and the alternate blocks? £4.99 per half metre. Don't forget as well that all of these would work beautifully for backing a quilt or backing projects too. And at less than £10 per metre for 100% beautiful Windham fabrics, it's a bit of a steal actually. And all those lovely colours in there mean that it would be suitable for a wide variety of different colours. Now, another one, which again to me screams wedding outfit, is this one right here. Now, I would wear a shirt made out of this in a heartbeat. I think that is really gorgeous, so fresh. This has been very, very popular on pre-order, by the way, folks. It should be £7.49, but you know where this is going now, £4.99. Happy birthday, you're welcome. You know, if I was going to have a cake for my birthday, I probably would rather have a layer cake than a real cake. Isn't that yummy? Love those kind of golds and mustards and that teal as well. Wait till you see the fabrics that we've got for Cara's poncho. There is a teal mix in there, which is absolutely stunning. Really lovely. Just giving you a heads up. This one's WJ35, and this one's got a lovely sort of almondy background to it. It's kind of a warm cream, almost a putty background. Yours probably won't have that crease down the middle. Sorry about that. I'm going to flip it over. That's better. £4.99 again. Excellent. Excellent. These are absolutely gorgeous quality, by the way. They are Windham fabrics. Windham are a fab brand, worked with Windham for many, many years. Great fabrics. They do a lot of reproduction style fabrics. They do some really gorgeous fabrics. This one is TF41. This is absolutely lovely, isn't it? Again, our picture on the web doesn't really do it justice, but there it is. Just for scale, there's my hand. Okay, so you can just, you don't get the hand actually. Charlie always laughs at my hairy arms in my books. He always says, oh, I just thought they'd have done something with that. What? That? £4.99. Honestly. Nearest and dearest. Charlie's actually coming down to the studios tomorrow. He's going to be lurking. It's going to be lurking. Wants to see what I do when I say I'm at work. I think anyway, I think that's his plan. Or it might, maybe possibly on my birthday he might pop in. So try and drag him on. Let's do some more panels. I'm all about panels this morning after those lovely early birds. Can we have a little check-in, by the way, about where we are? Tea, coffee. Oh, over half of coffee has gone. Oh, but tea is lagging slightly. I'm a little disappointed. Now, what I'm not disappointed in is this panel. This is absolutely gorgeous. And again, it's got a wonderful spring summer vibe. Now, we've only got single figures of this, so be ever so quick. It's got this wonderful large design in the centre, okay, and then there are 4 smaller designs. Now, I'm just going to grab, there we go. Just want to put those there. So you've got those 4 smaller panels. Now, you could cut those out and you could piece them back together again to create a little wall hanging or a large cushion. Each one could be a cushion as well. Size wise, 9-inch. Yep, 9-inch squares for those. So really, really good size each one. You could put a border around that. You could put some piecing around that. Use it as a tote bag, front or back. Okay, then these ones in the centre, of course, you can use this as one whole panel. This is 20 inches square. Gosh, that's fab. But the other thing that you could do with this, which I'm a big fan of, is some broderie purse. Christine, good girl, just making a cup of tea. Your team tea, like it. Oh, coffee is still in the lead, apparently. Broderie purse. So cut out a square of bondeweb. Okay, iron it to the back of whichever flower you want to do, and then cut out. Now, you don't have to be too precise with your cutting. You could add a tiny bit of the white border on as well. Cut it out, iron it onto another piece of fabric, maybe a piece of white fabric, you know, larger piece, and then applique around the outside edge, machine zigzag, straight stitch, something like that. The benefit of doing that is that you can, you know, kind of use the fabrics differently. You could cut these all out and create a circular wreath of flowers, which would be stunning. You could use them to create a vase of flowers. So maybe have your vase in a K-facet fabric, maybe do some stems in bias, and then have all those wonderful flowers displayed in a vase. How about that for a wall hanging? What about a wreath of flowers and then applique a fairy in the centre? That would be adorable. You're getting ever such a lot on that panel for £10.99. More of those in baskets than we've got, so do check out quickly, won't you? Sue's been in touch to say totally coffee. Totally coffee. Black, strong, no sugar. Morning, Stuart. Love my mornings with you. Love to all. We love you too. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is fun. This is going to sell out really, really quickly when you see this. This is so much fun. Oh, my goodness. I want that. I want both of them. I'm a fun guy. There's not much room for anything else, I'm afraid. Christine, you're welcome. She says, thanks for the ideas. I never know what to do with panels. Oh, gosh, I love them. This is great, isn't it? This is making me think of the Masked Singer, Mushroom. You're welcome. Oh, aren't those fun, though? I really like those. They would make a really fun wall hanging or quilt. You could use them as the centre of a quilt block too, couldn't you? Cut it out, you know, maybe add a little border around just to make it up to the size. And then star blocks, you know, flying geese units around each one. Create your blocks that way. Really, really quick on that one. That's going to sell out. Hannah is desperately throwing every mushroom or fungi related joke at me that she can think of, and I'm just ignoring her. I'm not even going to repeat that. Oh my goodness. Oh my, please press your button and check out. Terrible, terrible. Now, can we do this one next, please? Because this is absolutely stunning. Wow. Wow. See, I visit a lot of shops, a lot of quilt shows, things like that. I've never seen such a brilliant selection of panels than the ones we have at Sewing Street. They're absolutely fab, aren't they? This one has got a seaside and mariner kind of theme to it. Absolutely lovely nautical panel. This is making me think about the gorgeous little traveller's case that Jean Greenough brought in, cross stitch from Cross Stitch Guild. It's beautiful. This has got a similar vibe, kind of antique maps in the background. Love the colour palette as well, because it's got kind of reds and blues, but they're muted. It's a bit New England with the lighthouse. Heading to New England this autumn. Can't wait. I am. Portland, the lighthouse at Portland, and Massachusetts, and in the autumn as well when all the leaves are falling. Beautiful. So each one of these could be used to create cushions. You could frame them. They would look great in a bathroom, wouldn't they? Or in a, you know, if you've got a seaside cottage or themed. Yeah. Absolutely lovely. You could also use these to do book covers. You know, if you've maybe like a photo album, something like that, have this on the front, something on the back, make a book jacket. This would be amazing on the spine of the book. Yeah, so maybe if you do scrapbooking, keep your tickets, your ticket stubs, your visas, everything like that, photographs could go in there. Absolutely lovely. And I love actually this rope motif. You've got it at either end of the panel. I'd actually buy a fabric that just had those in stripes. Lovely. Jean's got her first cuppa of the day in Birmingham. I don't normally stir until I've at least had 2 or 3. Jean. Can I go for both? Coffee in the morning, tea in the afternoon. Elizabeth, of course, of course. You know, my friend Andrew, I mentioned earlier on, and I had a discussion recently about, you know, when you eat certain things, certain cakes, certain biscuits, like we would never, neither of us would ever consider having a scone in the morning. That would just be completely wrong. Whereas a tea cake is definitely a morning, not an afternoon for us. I'm not quite sure where Jaffa cakes would go in the great scheme of things, but probably in there. Patricia, coffee, definitely black 2 sweeteners. Allergic to tea, oh my goodness. Dear. Great to have panels, and thank you, Stuart, for the ideas to use them. Patricia in Harlow. You're welcome, Patricia. Coffee all the way then. Now this is the same panel, but on a navy background. Oh, this is lovely. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Now there are only single figures. You've been very busy buying that on pre-order. These would look really gorgeous actually if you've got a study or a workroom or something like that on a leather chair. If you follow me on Instagram, you know my leather button chair. These would look gorgeous. You've missed out. If you've missed out on seeing my gorgeous buttoned leather chair, check out my Insta. I often use that for photos. They would look lovely, wouldn't they? And I love this rope detail down the sides. I want more of that. But these are absolutely lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, Jean's messaged in. Jaffa cakes anytime. Totally agree, actually, Jean. Yeah. Why limit yourself, eh? That's no life, is it? Saying you can only have Jaffa cakes at a certain time of day. Have them anytime. Do love that everyone's getting in touch. Thank you so much if you've messaged in or emailed. The big question of the day is tea or coffee? That is the real question. A message from Shirley, who's in Cambridgeshire. Hi, Stuart. Just had a coffee with my husband before he left for work. Loving the show, from Shirley. Mwah. Morning to you, Shirley. What a lovely day. What a lovely start to the month. And a start to the lunar new year. It's the year of the tiger, you know. Were you born in the year of the tiger? I say, that's a win. One of our colleagues has just come into the office. We asked Hannah, our producer, asked him about the tea-coffee debate. And he offered to buy everyone tea or coffee from a shop and bring them in. From a shop. From a shop that sells coffee. I would love a cappuccino, please. Normally I only drink tea, but I'll definitely have a cappuccino. I know. I've just actually shown myself up there, haven't I? If I can have a special coffee, then I'll have a special coffee. Yeah, I do like the odd one, but I can't have too much coffee. It's not good. It's not good. Now then, a different kind of panel, okay, are these. Now, these are great stash builders. This one's BO10. These are great stash builders, or great if you want a little bit of lots of different fabrics. Yeah, these are fun. What you get on this one is you get 5 strips. Now, I actually had these as an early bird the other day. Yeah, and they were the first time on air and they went early bird straight away. So, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to crash the price. We're going to crash the price. We're going to go back down to that early bird price of $4.99. Thank you, producer Hannah. All these birthday specials. Just to let you know, each of these strips is 8.5 inches wide. Okay, each strip, and you're getting 5 of these across the strip. You've got like a sort of a pale aqua polka dot, large polka dot. You've got this lovely kind of burnt orange with a white star, a deep navy. This would work really well with sashiko if you wanted to border a little sashiko project. You've got a nice sort of dove grey with a white sort of little rectangle motif, and then a gorgeous bright sort of sunshine yellow with sort of abstract triangle design on it. Love that. Now, idea-wise, of course you can just use these as individual fabrics if you want a mixture of fabrics. You could also use this as a scrappy binding. So imagine once that's cut down into your strips and then bound over an edge, that's going to create a nice sort of blocky pieced border, okay, or binding. Border, of course, as well. The other thing that you can do with fabrics like this is you can cut half square triangles. So, I mean, obviously this is showing you a very big half square triangle, but use a square ruler, okay, you can cut out your half square triangle. Now, of course, you could cut, say, like 4.5 inch half square triangle from here, and then, you know, repeat that going down. You do the same going down there as well, and then you'll have plain squares down the middle that you can also cut out. Just keep in mind that the edges will be on the bias, so before you do any of that cutting, spray the whole panel with either spray starch or best press. Give it a good iron, and don't be afraid to go back in and do a second light spraying so that it's fairly firm, and then cut out your half square triangles and they'll behave themselves. Now, of course, you know, having a panel like this sort of does some of the work for you. So if you're doing that scrappy binding, if you're doing those half square triangles, actually, if you just wanted to cut, okay, if you cut a strip, let me just grab a ruler. if you wanted to cut a strip like this, okay, and then subcut it, twist them around, piece them back together, you've got 4 patches with half the work. If you wanted to, you could have rectangle plus square, cut them out, stagger them in a border, would look fabulous. Remember, this isn't already cut, so if you want to order 1.5 meters of this, you can do that. Just order 3 units. Absolutely full of possibilities. Absolutely full of possibilities. Jan's messaged in, good morning Stuart and team, looking forward to a milky coffee. Lovely, love a milky coffee. Before I go into the garden to play with the dogs, then then it's back in for a brew, tea and breakfast. Got you, Jan. Milky coffee to get you started, play in the garden, then on with the real business of the day, which is the tea. Very good, very good. I like it, I like it. It's, I think we're starting to turn a corner. I hope we're turning a corner weather-wise. It didn't seem anything like as cold this morning out. Enjoy your time in the garden with the dog, Jan. Now, we've got a second panel, which has a similar kind of look, but actually this one is a 4-strip panel. So these strips are wider. I'm just going to grab my ruler again and measure. So these are 10.5 inches wide, thereabouts. Again, £4.99 per half metre. Fab. Oh, another birthday, another birthday. Hi, Stuart, it's tea for me always. It's also my birthday today. Catherine, I'm sending you big kisses. Happy birthday. Looking forward to the new Tilda fabric on Thursday. Kathy from Chelmsford. Now, Kathy, the Tilda that we've got on Thursday this week, tomorrow, isn't it tomorrow, Tilda? Wednesday's the pre-birthday, that's right, that's with John. We have some Tilda, we have a lovely book. That's some windy days, actually, in a Tilda book. The new Tilda range will be coming to Sewing Street in a few weeks' time. We'll have a little look and let you know. That's called Cotton Beach. If you want a sneak preview, have a look on my Instagram or Facebook. I've just been working on a quilt, and also Deputy Joan has made a couple of lovely bags which I'll put on at the weekend just to show you what's a-coming. So yeah, this panel can be used in much the same way as the previous one, although you've got a bigger chunk of each fabric. Got this gorgeous kind of sky blue with a navy triangle, this honeycomb in a beautiful kind of mustard gold, a fun little floral with a raspberry pink background. This might just happen to be my favourite. I love that design. So great as a stash builder. You've effectively got a fat 1/8 of each. You could multi-buy, of course. So if you bought 1 metre of this, you'd end up with a long 1/4 of each fabric. Great for borders, great for bindings as well. Remember, you can do scrappy borders, scrappy bindings as well. You can also cut your fabric across both or 2 strips and then subcut it. You could even cut that strip and then subcut at an angle. So many different ways you could use it. At that price, at £4.99, why not get a 1/2 metre or 1 metre and have a play? Have a play with it. You know, it's super, super useful. If you're beginning, if you need to build up your stash a little bit, it's a great stash builder as well. Love those. Now then. Oh, now, last week we launched this range of fabric. It is brand new from Moda. It is so beautiful. Now, we've got a bundle of fat 1/8s. Now, we rarely have fat 1/8s. I'm just going to show you what a fat 1/8 looks like. So it's that size piece of fabric. It's half of a fat 1/4. Okay. approximately, size-wise, it's going to be around about 9.5 inches by 22. Okay. So half of a fat quarter. Never been on their own before. We've really only just had this fabric in. It's brand new. And it's the only way to get this fabric now. I'm just going to run through the designs because they're absolutely gorgeous. We did have a ½ metre bundle, but that's all sold out. We've got some of the fabrics available by the ½ metre as well. What a great fabric for Lunar New Year. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. The palette is amazing. These charcoal and silver and dove greys. This beautiful, subtle, soft mustard gold. That one with the owls on, I think that's one of the ones that's sold out by the ½ metre. And also these ferns as well. It's a really, really sophisticated range, isn't it? Now we've literally got 4. Just 4 of these. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? These are all fat 8s, by the way. All fat 8s. Super useful. You've got 20 of them, which gives you a lot of lovely fabric. Well, oh, that one's beautiful. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous they are. Now, I do just need to let you know that there are quite a few more of you with this in your baskets than we have stock available. It's £37.99. You're getting 20 fat 8s for that. So it's less than £2 per piece of fabric. And each one, as I say, 9.5 inches by 22 inches. Got a really good sized piece of fabric there. Perfect for patchwork and quilting. I would add in some light grey, maybe some just off-white would be lovely, or a charcoal grey. Absolutely gorgeous for quilting. Oh, I've folded them all. I've unfolded them rather. Now I've got to fold them all. But it gives you another chance to see all these lovely prints. That's beautiful, isn't it? Now, you are checking out on this. If you want this, I would be super, super quick. We've literally only got 2 bundles left. Yeah, 2 bundles left. There were 4, then 3. Now there's just the 2. Oh, it's lots of people's birthday this week. It's my one of my oldest friends actually from university. It's his birthday tomorrow. We have our annual catch up. Every year, but we've known each other now for more than 30 years. Yeah, which is impossible because according to Facebook, I'm only 28. Okay, I'm folding quickly. Stunning, 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 stunning. Love those. Now we've also got that same range of fabric available by the ½ metre, but not in its entirety. Some of the prints actually sold out. So I'll show you what's available, and that would work actually really nicely with those fat 8s, because if you've gone for the fat 8th bundle, you might want ½ metre or a metre of one of these to create a border, say. Now then, let's go phases of the moon first of all. 3 options, yeah? 3 options, okay. Dark grey, light grey, and the mustard yellow. Should we go dark grey? Okay. This is gorgeous, yeah. Lunar New Year today. Of course, it's celebrated in China, Chinese New Year, but also lots of other Asian countries celebrate the Lunar New Year. Apparently, it's celebrated by over 1 billion people. It's amazing, isn't it? I love Googling a fact. Yeah, love Googling a fact. That's gorgeous. It's fab, isn't it? Because obviously it's the phases of the moon, or, you know, but it creates a gorgeous pattern too. Absolutely brilliant. You could cut this in as borders, cut strips of this in borders would look great. Look really cool. It would also work really, really nicely for the top of a bag, wouldn't it? I'm thinking if this was kind of fussy cut, you know, and then I can't help myself looking at how I would use the fabric. It's just, I'm afraid, what I do. Let me just, I'm going to pop this under here. So I'm just thinking if I was making a bag, I would do something like that. Yeah. Is it possible just to pull back slightly? I just want to show you how it would. So I would do something like that. Just have a little thin strip. That is the top of the bag. That is the bottom of the bag. A satchel, a messenger bag, a rucksack. I can't actually believe that any of that is available still, but it is for now. So I promise I won't say anything else about the fabrics now. I'll just show them to you. Right, so that's the dark grey. We have light grey available as well. Okay, so that's gorgeous. Love that. Same pattern, but that's on the sort of pearl grey or dove grey background. And then we've also got that in the mustard yellow. Yeah, the light grey actually would work really well in baby projects, wouldn't it? Sort of light grey and silver is a very, very fashionable colour now for babies. Now the yellow, I've got to tell you, there is literally 1 metre left, two units. Now the owl prints also very, very limited. Let me grab the owl prints. We've just got 4 metres, just light grey and dark grey. Let me show you the dark grey first of all. That is a beauty, isn't it? How gorgeous is that? That's the sort of scale. Moda, the quality is incredible. Moda I think they must have changed the fabric that they're printing on, because I've never felt anything so smooth and soft as this. It is really beautiful, so fluid. It would make an incredible shirt, wouldn't it? Absolutely beautiful. That's going to go. So we've got the light grey option as well. This is also really beautiful and has that same bit of mustard yellow in there as well. So many of you have got this in your baskets. I love that the image of the owl is kind of just picked out as a line drawing, almost kind of ghostly. Yeah, just catching the moonlight and always watching. I think I've told this story before, but Charlie was up a ladder getting some bales of straw down a few weeks ago and discovered that a barn owl had moved in. I think they were both quite surprised. Now then. Oh, there's the light owl. There's the light owl. Yeah. Oh, this is gorgeous. Now, I want to make a Roman blind out of this. I just think a Roman blind would be, or a lampshade covered in that would be gorgeous. Yeah, I don't think I'll get any of this fabric because it's all in baskets. Now then, we've also got ferns. Now the ferns again were hugely popular the other day when we had this first time out. Ferns, yeah, the ferns are gorgeous. This gold fern was very, very popular last week when we had it. That is amazing, isn't it? Got that gorgeous mixture of charcoal, grey and gold. Oh, happy birthday, Jan. Birthday on the 8th of Feb. Happy birthday to those born today, and happy unbirthday to everyone else. I usually say happy cake day. Stuart, I love your idea of a layer cake. Oh, yes, definitely. Excuse me. More of you got that in your baskets than we have stock available, so do please check out. The charcoal ferns also, just lovely, isn't it? Very, very smart, sophisticated, lovely look. Great as a neutral as well, actually, if you wanted to mix that with some darker tones. There's just 7 meters of that one left, so be quick if you want some of that in your basket. That would be really nice for dressmaking, really nice for dressmaking. Butterflies. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got a tickle. So butterflies, there's a light, there's a dark version. The light one we're going to look at first. Yeah, that light one's gorgeous. It's got a little bit of a art deco look to it, hasn't it? It's kind of stylized in that background, has a bit of an art deco look. Again, wouldn't that make it the most gorgeous drum lampshade? Just go steady on the cutting, make sure everything stays lined up, but that would be beautiful for a lampshade. Equally, this one, this is the dark background version. Isn't that smart? Oh, there's literally half a metre of that one left. So now all of the other ones will pop on during the break. My own particular favourite, I've got to say, is this all over floral. I think is absolutely lovely. Anyway, have a little look while we go to break. Just before we do that, I just want to mention again the early bird. It really has divided a nation, I think it's fair to say. Coffee is in the lead. And with that in mind, I've got my cappuccino in my Sewing Street mug. Thank you very much. But I have also got my mug of tea. Oh no, that's too weird, too weird. Positivity should be $10.99, but not today. Not today, it is $7.99. That's our early bird special. We've got a second early bird special, which is for those of you who are team coffee. This one's called Coffee is Always the Answer. This one is likely to sell out very, very quickly, I think. This one, less than 20 actually of those left, so be really quick, won't you? Drop to $7.99. And that's got lots of lovely square designs, 8 of them. Iced coffee, Americano. Coffee time, anyone? Coffee talk. Coffee is always the answer. Friends and coffee. And that one's really useful because you've got lots and lots of different options there with those 8 squares. So have a look at those while we go and take a break. When we come back, we'll have the gorgeous and wonderful Cara Ackerman with her first show of today. Can't wait for that. Go get yourself a tea or a coffee. You decide. See you in a mo.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is wonderful to have your company today. Check out that gorgeous poncho behind me. The show today is all about that fabulous poncho and the wonderful Cara Ackerman. Cara, it's wonderful to have you here. Well, you're the main attraction, my darling. You're the main attraction.
Bless you.
We'll show you that poncho. It is absolutely beautiful, and I do love that kind of relaxed styling. It's very, very stylish and smart. So, now the poncho itself is from this incredible book. Now, this has been amazingly popular, and rightly so. I mean, when it came first time out, it sold out so quickly. It's got 43 patterns in it, would you believe? Let me show you. Details are on screen now. For $12.99, you're getting 43 patterns. What does that equate to? Grab your calculator, someone. $12.99 divided by 43 is nothing. It's nothing. And what I love about the patterns in this book is they're that gorgeous, stylish, smart, simple, elegant, 30 pence a pattern. That is incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. And they have, as I say, that gorgeous sort of relaxed styling. Let me show you the patterns. I mean, they're just brilliant. If you love Merchant and Mills styling, yeah, I think this is very in that sort of trend. That's lovely, actually, that colourless coat, isn't it? These are so smart. Poncho, ageless, timeless. Here's that layered collar poncho. That's the one, isn't it, Cara?
It is.
That is the one. Do you love this book?
I absolutely adore it because it is like a capsule wardrobe, and
Yeah.
there are different varieties on different, garments and things like that. I just think it's just so good.
See, there's wardrobe staples, aren't there?
There are, definitely. And, you can make it for the summer or for the autumn or for the winter.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, it's that sort of classic, elegant, smart, stylish, that you could literally make each of these in a gazillion different colours or fabrics, and they're always going to work.
Yeah, you certainly can. And I love the fabrics that we've got today as well.
Aren't they? I mean, that one is perfect, isn't it?
I know.
I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute, but Cara and I have got our eyes on a particular fabric. Absolutely lovely, absolutely lovely. And I really don't think it would matter what your age, what your style. You could style these, couldn't you?
You certainly could. You can make them very casual, or you can
Lovely.
dress them up and add accessories and things like that.
And layer with them as well,
Yes,
couldn't you? And they all
definitely.
look simple and straightforward. What sort of level would you say?
I would say the actual book is maybe for somebody who's done some dressmaking before. So, you know, you've got a little bit of confidence, I think. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was the actual instructions are for a beginner, but
No.
if you maybe are doing something with a friend who's done dressmaking before, she will guide you through as well. But it is just a case of following the actual instructions and the patterns and everything. So, but there's no sort of fancy darts and facings, and I don't even think there's zips on many of the
No.
items.
The actual garments themselves are very simple,
They
aren't
are
they?
very
It's just because
simple.
you've got 43 garments in one book.
Yes.
There are kind of lots of layers to sort of work through, so a little bit of experience needed there.
Yes, I think so. And, you know, the actual patterns are on separate sheets, so you need to sort of, we'll talk about that. But equally as well, each of the instructions are very visual, and it's just understanding how to follow them. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll explain all of that.
Definitely. We're going to
Yeah.
give you loads of time to show us the demos and all of that today. It'll be fab. Now, the book is meant to be $14.99, which, to be perfectly honest, would be a steal at that. I have got the most annoying little tickle. I'm so sorry.
It's you're on your tea, so that should soothe it.
It's soothing me. It's soothing me. Oh, I've moved on to coffee now.
Are
Cara.
you? Oh, gosh.
I'm really mixing it up. I'm mixing my drinks today. This day could go anywhere.
I'm not a tea person.
Are you?
I can't even drink a cup of tea
Stay over there.
to be polite. If somebody gives me a cup of tea, I can't even drink it. It's really strange.
We're dividing
Sorry.
a nation today.
Sorry.
We're dividing a nation. But $12.99 is our price on this book. Absolutely amazing. Don't forget to check out on that. Anybody who's interested in dressmaking, I think, would be really inspired by having a look through that book. For $12.99, for 43 patterns, remember, that means 30 pence per pattern. I don't need to say it, do I? It's incredible value. Now, the poncho that we've actually got made up, that Cara made, uses this fabric. Let me show you. Isn't that smart? Now, the price on these fabric bundles is out of this world, actually. You get 2.5 meters in each bundle. This one is the grey soft knit melange fabric. That is softness.
It is beautiful, and it's lovely to work with as well. Although it's
That
like
is
a
dreamy.
knitted fabric,
Yep.
it actually behaves itself.
I was going to say, it's not super stretchy,
No,
is it?
no.
That is absolutely gorgeous. You're getting 2.5 meters. Now, what's the sort of, like, what size did you make?
I think I made the large, but
Okay.
the sizes they vary on depending on which of the designs you go with.
Yep.
But I think last time we actually measured them, we checked them, and I think the small sort of like a 35, 36, and then the double L, which is the largest size, I think came up to about a 44, 45.
Okay.
But it does vary depending on what garment
Which
you're
garment?
going to make. Yeah.
But they're all quite a relaxed fit, aren't they?
They
in
are
the book?
definitely, and because they're not massively shaped, then it is possible to add, you know, a little bit of width, you know, if necessary.
Perfect.
But what I would suggest is take your measurements and make sure that they, you know, either match what the pattern says. But
Yeah.
I think that one I did the second to largest. So
Cool, so the
yeah.
large, yeah.
Yeah.
But if in doubt, make a toile. Always do your own measurements.
Definitely. And especially with this sort of book that you may want to make more than one garment.
Oh,
you know,
goodness me,
so
yes.
more than one version of that particular one. And that one has the layered collar, but it also has a cow neck collar, also has an open neck
There's some lovely
collar.
variations.
So,
I'm already looking at some of the kind of more tunicky tops and thinking, oh, I'd
Yes.
make that for me.
yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. I
Yeah.
love that kind of relaxed, you know, and that lovely sort of cowl neck tunic top. Beautiful. Half of the stock, more than half of the stock actually, of the book on its own have gone. If you want to make the poncho, remember we've got some lovely bundles of fabric, but you will need that book. It's only $12.99 and you get 43 patterns. We've only had it on once before and it's sold out. So If you've a mind to, be quick. That first bundle of fabric that we showed you, by the way, is that gorgeous, soft grey melange. $21.99. 89% polyester, 7% rayon, and 4% spandex. 150 centimetres wide. You're getting 2.5 metres, and it is so soft. So this is the fabric bundle. Remember, you will need to buy the book separately. We haven't bundled the book with the fabrics, but 2.5 metres of this fabric for $21.99 is fabulous, and it's so smart and stylish. That's our first fabric bundle. Very busy for that. Now then, next up, let's look at... Yeah. Now, this is the one I think, Cara, you and I both have our eyes on.
I love the colours in that one. It's just beautiful, really is. And it's a similar feel to the other fabric as well. So I know it would work up.
That is lovely.
Beautifully.
That is lovely. Yeah. It's really your colours.
I
the
know.
teals.
I'm just like, oh, that would go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to suit lots of different people, this, isn't it? I mean, you know, as soon as I saw this, so Cara, that's you, isn't it? Those colours, the coppers, the teals, the greys. Now, this is a polyacrylic wool mix.
Oh, gorgeous.
145 centimetres wide. What's lovely, actually, about this fabric is it's not heavy. It's quite light and quite drapey. So this would be lovely for layering. So, for example, you may be wearing a sweater, but you just want a little extra layer on.
Just
maybe
pop it over the top.
Yeah, taking the dog for a walk, or just, you know, popping to work, something like that. Let me just show you this one. Now, the other one, the grey, this has like the black underside. And then this one that I've just showed you has the kind of white underside. Could we line our poncho if we wanted to?
You could, but I actually don't think, unless you're going to use it as a proper outer garment, I don't think it's necessary to line it.
No.
I obviously didn't line the sample that I made, and because it's got the black background, it didn't need sort of anything else, and the weight of that one looks like you could just make it without
delicious,
lining.
Isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. Loving the colours. Single figures on that one. Cara, you're not having it.
Oh no! If that one disappears, that sample disappears.
I was going to say, if I accidentally snip into that, we could probably let you keep that. Now, next up, now I remember, it wasn't very long ago at all, I did a show with Adam Brooks, and we had this Italian sheep fabric. It is, have you felt it?
I know. Oh gosh, yes.
It is absolutely gorgeous. This is actually the one that Cara's going to be demonstrating with today. This is a gorgeous kind of caramel or camel sheep fabric. Now, it's faux, of course. This is, composition-wise, it's not a sheep.
Real sheep.
It's not an Italian sheep. It's not Italian, it's not a sheep. It's 100% polyester, so it's going to wash and wear absolutely brilliantly. But it feels so gorgeous. It's 150 wide. It's really soft, really squidgy. There are less than 20 of these bundles. It's gone really quickly on pre-order. It's absolutely perfect for this sort of project as well, isn't it, a fabric like this?
It is for the poncho, but also when you've got the book, have a look in the book at other projects that use 2.5 metres, and I think you'll be surprised what you can make from it.
Yeah.
Maybe a jacket or, you know, a top.
Tunic
or something
would be lovely
like
in
that,
that, wouldn't it?
Yes, definitely.
So you might want to actually, if you're going for the book at $12.99, you might actually want to go for more than one of these bundles. So maybe you've got a bundle to make the poncho with, but then maybe a bit of sort of speculative stash building would make a great capsule wardrobe. There are so many things. Even the scarves, they're lovely, aren't they?
And the snoods and everything like that. I'm just having a little look, and there's a ribbed bolero, and even for the large size, that only uses 1.2 metres. So
Perfect.
I'm just looking, another robe jacket, 2.1. A robe coat is 2.6, but That's 145 centimetres
Is that the
wide.
biggest size?
Yes.
So if you're going with smaller size, you'd have enough, wouldn't you?
Yes, definitely. Short cardigan, oh my gosh, short cardigan, 70 centimetres.
No way. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'd be getting a few extra bundles. While it's such a great price, I mean, all of these bundles are under £25. Now, other colourways that we've got, where would you like to go? Yeah, this is lovely. This is kind of cream, oatmeal-y almost. This is beautiful. I mean, you might actually just want that as a blanket, just for on the... But you could, couldn't you?
You could put it on the back of one of your quilts.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yummy. Gorgeous texture in this. It feels so snugly. And it's light but warm. This would be awesome for the poncho, but also there are lots of other projects in the book that this would work for. And 2.5 metres is a perfect size. Good morning, Donna, by the way, said good morning on Facebook. Love to have your company. Michelle's asked, good morning, what are the sizes for the book, please, Cara?
So, as I say, they do vary depending on the actual item that you're doing, but each of the patterns, so say for example, the one that we're going to do today, so actually that's not a very good example because they're doing the total length and around the collar. We want to know the actual, let's have a little look. So it does vary depending on the pattern.
But they go from a small up to a double XL.
Yes, so on their sizing, the small, they're suggesting the bust is 79, but some of the projects, it's much larger than that for the small. 79 centimetres, 83 centimetres for medium, 87 for the large, and 91 for the double L. It also gives the waist measurement, the hip, etc., etc. But please don't just refer to this. Refer to each of the projects that you're going to be working on. So, for example, this is a double collarless coat. You've got the small, the bust is 101.
Oh, okay, so a lot bigger than the other.
Yeah. The medium is 106, the large is 111, and the double L is 116. That's for the bust size, and that's for a loose coat.
Yeah.
A lot of the projects are quite loose.
Quite loose fitting, aren't they?
So
Yeah.
that's why I'm saying just refer to the sizes. So I can't say exactly that each small will be this particular size.
No,
so
you might need to change the size. A bit like when we go shopping on the high street.
Yes.
We're not always the same size, are we?
No.
You know, depending on where we shop.
No.
Now, another bundle that we've got fabric-wise, let me just show you, we've got a couple of other options colour-wise. We've got this grey. Okay, again, $23.99 for 2.5 metres. Just run through the last couple of colours and then we'll head on over to Cara for her demos. We've got navy blue. That's a good staple, isn't it? Looks black on the website, but it's navy blue. It's difficult to show, isn't it? Very difficult, but it's that gorgeous navy Italian sheet fabric. This is a lovely deep navy. Okay, details are on screen for that. You can see actually it looks properly blue there. When it's overhead, it looked black, didn't it? But that's the navy blue. And then our last option fabric-wise is the red. Well, that's proper red, isn't it?
that's gorgeous.
Absolutely lovely. That's a statement. And in a poncho.
Oh,
wow.
definitely. Or even one of the coats would just be gorgeous.
Coat would be amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, love it. So details are on screen. So all of our bundles under £24 actually. And there are still a few opportunities to get the book. If you haven't already, Cotton Friends Sewing, it's £12.99, works out at 30p per pattern. Okay, enough of that. Cara, over to you.
Right, okay. So I wanted to spend a bit of time. We did have the show on, I think it was the 4th of August before. So if you want to go back, we made one of the V-neck dresses, which was really nice as well. So please, have a look at that one. But I wanted to spend a bit of time going through the book because, as I say, the projects are very simple, but because you've got so many projects within this book, the actual instructions are quite succinct, is that the right word?
Okay.
So what I would say is, say for example, we have instruction guide here, And this is really, really useful when you're sitting down and having your cup of tea or cup of coffee. Have a look through this because it will guide you through each of the patterns and explain what the different sections mean. So I think that's important. How to use a full scale pattern, how to trace the design on. So, you know, all of this information is really, really useful for any of the garments that you're going to make from the book. It also talks about interfacing. I think we've got some interfacing there.
We do.
As well. I've added interfacing to both of mine just to give that extra little bit of structure. You know, you don't need it very stiff, but it's really good for just adding a little bit of structure, especially on the collar and on the little, the poncho there has got lovely pockets. So
yeah,
on
they're smart, aren't they?
on the tabs at the front, you know, it just gives a little bit, and also on the hemline as well, we've added interfacing there. It gives information about sewing when it's a knitted fabric, so just really good there. So what I wanted to do was then take you through, so we'll come through to the pattern that we're going to do today. And we have a look here. So we're looking at the layered collar poncho. So it gives the sizes, the meterage that you need. So even for the largest one, you just need 2.3 meters. And I know we've got 2.5. Oh, Stuart.
Just trying it on. Just wanted to try it on, Cara.
You need to pull it down at the back.
Yeah. Hang on. There we go.
Oh gosh, yes.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
So this is the
That was the large. I
large.
think. Yeah. The
so
large.
I would go one up from that.
Yeah, and you've got your little pockets at the front.
Yeah, but I love that. And you've got, yeah, look, pockets here. Oh, sorry. There we go, that's better. Oh, I really like that.
It really feels comfortable, doesn't it?
I really like that. It's really comfy and cosy.
Yeah, we said, you know, for anything like that, if you were going on a beach on a holiday and you wanted to have something that you just dropped on, you know, when you were going for lunch or something like that, you could do it in a very lightweight fabric as well.
Or broadcloth.
Yes.
Something like that. I
Yeah.
think would be absolutely lovely. You could even make this in a toweling, couldn't
Yes,
you?
you could.
And have it as a beach cover up just to throw on.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. I know the book is designed with women in mind, but I would absolutely
I think
wear
you need
that.
to do a little bit of a twirl.
Yeah, I can twirl. I can. Oh no, I feel a bit sick now. Oh, I'm going to have to sit down. Sorry, Cara, back to you.
That's okay, that's okay. So we've got the sizing there, and it does say, so you've got your full size, full scale pattern is code A, and included in the book you have an A, a C, and a B, and a D, and this shows you, the A side shows you all the garments that are shown on the A side of the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And the same with the, just open it up and find the B side.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, and I see what you mean about, like, don't make this your first ever pattern you follow.
No.
Because there's multiple sizes, it's multi-layered.
Yeah.
You know, there's a price to pay for the value of 43 patterns.
Yes.
You've got to do a little bit of work, kind of, oh, I'm just going to, of tracing and things like that.
Yes.
Do you trace your patterns onto something?
Yes, I do. I didn't have any, you've got pattern tracing paper. You've also got the squared paper that you can trace. I didn't have any of those at home, so I have a lovely big roll of baking parchment, and I used that. I needed to stick it together just to make it the right size and everything, but that's perfectly adequate. You know, you don't have to have anything specific.
Great.
And you want to keep all your patterns on this sheet and just trace it onto whatever paper that you decide.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the pattern sheets, and this is the B side, so it's showing all the garments that are the B side. And the same obviously with the C and D, and it very, very clearly states which sheet you need to pick up. So for the layered collar, we're looking at the side A, so I'll just pop that one away, and I'm going to open up the pattern sheet, and they are full size, which is great.
Oh, fantastic. We don't have to enlarge anything.
No,
or
which is
ace.
lovely. Okay, so that's what you've got, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, where is my pattern? So full scale pattern at side A, and then you look, just move my book out the way. So side A, and we're looking at the layered collar poncho. There are 4 pattern pieces, and it's telling you that it's pattern number 6. So what we want to do is look on this sheet and find pattern number 6, and it is actually a red line. So for the other patterns there, you've got aqualine, you've got red, and you've got purple. So you're going to be looking for number 6 in red.
Perfect.
So have a look on there until you find number 6. So it helps if you've got a nice big table as well. So if I have a look here, I've got number 6 here, and I've also got number 6 here, and number 6 there. Okay, and also there is the collar as well, number 6. Okay.
Yep, perfect.
So what you're going to do is actually trace then the red line for the poncho. And when we look at number 6, so I'm looking at the red line here, you have to try and ignore the aqua and the purple, and you have the different sizes. So I've got the double L, the L, the M, and the S. And so you need to choose which one you're going to make. I always, with patterns like this, I always go for slightly larger because it's much easier to make it smaller.
Yeah.
So as I say, I made that one in the L. So you will trace, so take your baking parchment, your tracing paper, and you will trace the line
Got you.
for the
Perfect.
L. Okay?
Yep.
So you do that for all the pattern pieces, and just double check that you're happy that you've got everything. You've got your 4 pattern pieces, and then just fold this up because I'm sure there'll be other projects that you want to make from the book. So we'll just fold that back. And it will be the same process for all of them. So these are my pattern pieces. There is not a seam allowance included.
Okay.
So,
So does that mean if you want to use 5/8, you can? If you prefer to use 3/8, you can do that?
what they suggest for this one is a centimetre
Oh, okay.
seam allowance.
Yep.
However, if for the hem for the bottom of the poncho, if you look on the actual pattern when you're looking at how to cut the pattern out, if you see a black circle, that will mean that it's just telling you how many centimetres.
Oh, I
so
see.
for the hem, it's 4 centimetres.
Got you.
And then they just give you the fabric size for the actual the flaps on the pockets, and that's got a 0 in it. So there's no seam allowance actually in
Understood,
that one.
yeah.
Okay. So what I did, I traced my design. Before I cut it out, I marked my seam allowance around the outside. So that's what you do. Mark any, also they've got sort of like a shoulder seam there. On the pockets, they're slightly different. And you want to mark on your fabric, you want to mark the actual pocket placement. So this is the pocket opening. And you'll see that actually the shape goes around like that, but your seam allowance, and again, they tell you how to do that, whoops, on the pattern. So they do explain that on the pattern, that you've actually got more seam allowance, and it just helps with the when the pockets are laying flat.
Oh,
so
perfect.
all of that. So you'll do all of that with all your pattern pieces. With the fabric, what I did was actually pinned it onto the fabric and then cut out. I didn't draw round the actual pattern.
No, just
Sometimes
pinned
you
it
can
on.
draw around the pattern and then cut out, but I just pinned this onto the fabric and cut that out.
Fab. Just need to let you know at home, the book Cotton Friends Sewing by Yuko Katayama is actually now sort of over allocated. So there's more of you with this in your baskets than we have available. What that means is, I want you to check out right now. If you want the book and guarantee you've got it, you do need to check out, otherwise you may well miss out. We have over allocated this, so jump in there, check out your basket, and then relax and watch Cara's fab demos. So all our pattern pieces are cut out.
So we follow the layout here. So they suggest a layout because of the grain of the fabric, also on where there's patterns on it. And if we look at one of the designs in here, it shows how you can play around with the pattern of the fabric to make the poncho look slightly different.
Oh, cool. Cara, do you mind just moving your book over a bit more centrally,
Yeah.
just up a little bit as well, please? That's perfect.
So this one is used, you can see it's got a slightly different pattern on it and like a hound's tooth. And that's really effective. And I think you can see it slightly on the sample that we've got there.
Yeah.
So just bear that in mind when you're actually laying the pattern out. So the pattern is there, suggesting the layout. Here's the information about the extra fabric around the pocket. So it's just a case of reading the instructions. Each of the instructions is numbered and it won't always follow logically. So look at the numbers. So the construction order, you're doing your pre-sewing preparation, then you're attaching the fabric, then you're going over to the shoulder, attaching there's a number, then you create the collar and attach it, then you attach the side pieces and then you sew the hem. So it's telling you exactly step by step. Apart from the instructions for step 4, which is the collar, you are going to actually refer back to the other poncho. Okay.
Right, okay, yeah, because there's
So
several variations.
Very,
of the
very
same.
similar base, but different necks. So different.
And if we wanted
collars
to,
and
with the 2.5 metres of fabric that we've got in our bundle, could we make any of the poncho views that are in
Yes.
the book?
Yes, absolutely.
Great,
They're
good to
all-
know.
Yeah. they're
So you
all
could
those.
even do the one without the collar on if you wanted perhaps
You
a
could.
simpler one for maybe a first make from this book.
You could, definitely. But the collar is very simple, so
Simple,
we're going
great.
to have a go at that. Okay, so that's how you follow your pattern. So you're going to follow steps 1 to 3 on here. So this is all your pre-sewing preparation. I use my overlocker again. I was so proud. 'cause,
Well done.
I've been frightened of it a little bit. I think
Do we
a lot
have
of
to
people-
use an overlocker? Can we
No,
make
you
this with a sewing
don't.
machine?
You don't have to. You can do it on a sewing machine as well.
Cool.
But if you have got an overlocker and you've been a bit scared, don't be scared about it. It is lovely once you've got it set up.
Yeah.
And it's just so good to sort
Yeah.
of neaten the raw edges.
Perfect.
But you can do it on a machine as well.
Now, Cara's going to be using the Elna 680 Plus, which details are on screen now. It's available for pre-order. Delivery will be mid-February. And we're also giving you £50 in your Sewing Street account to spend in March as a thank you for ordering. It's our most beloved sewing machine here at Sewing Street. So wonderful opportunity there to pre-order that machine if you like. Just want to give you a little heads up as well. The camel bundle of Italian sheep fabric that Cara's using now is very, very limited stock. There are more of you with that in baskets than we have. So, yeah, fabulous hour. So many lovely fabrics. Cara, I want to see some sewing.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
want
going to
see
do some sewing. So hopefully I'm tried to explain. If you watched the other show, we went into a little bit more detail as well. But don't be frightened of doing this. If you're a confident sewer and maybe haven't done much dressmaking, you're used to following patterns and things like that. So this would be good. Right. So I'm going to do the actual fabric opening. So these are just a rectangle. Pop the right sides together. Just going to hold it with a pin, and we're going to machine top and bottom, but you're going to actually leave and finish at 1 centimetre. So I've put a dot there to remind me that that's where I've got to stop. You don't want to go straight across, and I'll explain the reasons why. So do a bit of sewing now. So as I say, it's about 1 centimetre seam allowance. I just used, I might lengthen the stitch slightly.
Yeah, it's reasonably thick fabric,
Yes.
isn't it, the sheep?
Yeah, and I have actually got a walking foot on here, but it can work just normally on a normal machine at home as well.
Of course, with that Elna 680 Plus, you do get a walking foot included. My favourite thing about the machine, actually, all the feet that you get is fab.
It's wonderful, isn't it? So I'm just going to stop at centimetre, do a couple of stitches backwards. The other thing is, I found that I didn't really need to press this.
No.
Because of the nature of the fabric, it wasn't necessary. So, you know, that was good.
Fab.
But if you do need to press it, and I will press the collar, the ham is really good.
Oh yeah, we've got the tailor's ham on the show, actually. I do love a ham, don't you?
I haven't used it much, but I can see that it will be so useful.
Yeah,
so
they are
useful
really
for
good.
doing curves and
Bags
sleeves.
as well.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
just for being
okay.
able to pop inside something.
excellent.
You want to like press the bottom of a
Yep.
bag and it's constructed.
Yep.
With these textured fabrics, Cara, can I just ask?
Yes.
Is there anything we should be careful? I'm just concerned, like if I was pressing a textured fabric, could I ruin the texture with an iron?
No, not these particular
Okay,
ones,
cool.
because they are quite bouncy. When I applied the interfacing, I must admit I actually used a cloth. Or the ironing sheet, the Teflon ironing
Okay.
sheet. I just found that a little bit better, a little bit better. Right, because I've been chatting, I've not done my centimetre.
Oh.
I've gone over my centimetre, so I just need to undo that slightly.
Well, there's no harm, is there? You can always unpick a couple of
Oh gosh,
stitches.
definitely. I've gone right through to the edge. So
While you do
sorry
that,
about
Cara,
Yeah.
I'm just going to recap that 680 Plus from Elna, our most beloved sewing machine, is on a pre-order deal at the moment. You can pre-order today, and the machine will be delivered from Elna mid-February. Now, you're going to get a £50 credit to your Sewing Street account if you pre-order. And that's to spend any time you like in March. So you can spend it on anything you like, some fabrics, some patterns, a book, you know, anything you want. The Elna 680 Plus is a fabulous machine. You get so many feet included, including a walking foot, darning feet, all of your utility and dressmaking feet as well are included. And fabulous 170 stitches, 2 full alphabets. Terrific machine that. Available on pre-order. As I say, it'll be delivered mid-February. Okay.
Okay, so I've just redone that so that I've got my centimetre spare. I'm just going to trim the seam at the corner there because it is quite thick once you've done your stitching. And then you're going to turn that through and just poke out the corners. So you can see that it doesn't really need much pressing. And I think it's quite nice to be quite relaxed, you know, for that part.
Oh, agreed.
So that's that part. So what you want to do is you've marked on your fabric. Now this was the thing that I thought, oh gosh, how am I going to mark that position on my fabric? So I've gone back to Tailor Tacks. So
hey, they've been around for a long time for a good reason.
I know, because I want to put the placement of this particular flap on the front of the fabric. So I'm doing sort of right sides together and I'm thinking, okay, I've got my mark on here. And I used a Sharpie, which is a permanent marker. And I thought, I don't want it to be on the front.
Oh, no.
So I actually did some Tailor Tacks to help me with the position of this. So what you're going to do is just, now I would pop a couple of pins, just fold that bit out of the way.
That's the centimetre you didn't
Yes.
sew.
Yep. So pop that out of the way. And then you're going to pin this in position. And you want your centimetre to be where the tailor tack is.
Gotcha.
But don't worry too much about it, but you do want it to be in the opening section of your pocket.
Yeah.
And as I say, I've already moved the extra fabric away and now I'm going to stitch that.
So you're just going to sew through the layer that's nearest
one layer.
to the poncho, yeah?
Yeah. So let's take this.
I'm cross with myself, Cara, for
Why?
missing out on this book
Oh
because
gosh.
I would have liked this book.
There is just so much in there. It really is
Yeah.
such a lovely book.
Well, I could borrow your copy, can't I?
I have to hand my copy back.
Oh no!
I
Well, I'll have that one
know.
then.
I know. But I won't tell anybody if you don't.
Fair enough. Good. I think we might have just told everyone.
Just don't tell anybody.
You'd make a terrible criminal, Cara.
Oh, I'm
You're as honest as the day is
I
long,
would,
aren't you?
no, I would not be good. Not be good. So this is where you've got quite a few layers. So I'm just going to machine
Walking
along
foot
there.
good then here. Yeah, useful. The walking foot is included in your Elna 680 plus, of course, so that's good to know.
So just take your time. And it does tell you, it beeps at you if you forget to put the lever down,
Does.
which is nice. I don't know about you, but how many times have you lifted the presser foot and then gone back to stitching and forgotten to put it back on?
Yeah, too many times to mention,
Yes.
really. Now, don't forget the bundles of fabric that we've got have been put together with this poncho in mind, but actually, looking through the book, the vast majority of projects in here could be made with those fabrics, and you have got enough fabric there for things like a lot of the coats, the jackets, the cardigan, the tunic top. There's various different views of, see, I love that. That little two-way vest I think is lovely, either a V-neck or a turtleneck. And you could make all of these, any of these, using that bundle. So I would multi-buy on that bundle. Choose your favourite colours.
I've been amazed when I've looked in the fashion stores and things like that, how many outer garments have been made from this type of fabric.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I think now the days of the coat are numbered, aren't they? No one wears a coat anymore. It's coatigans, cardigans, shackets, ponchos. It's those layers, because most of us are moving from heated car or heated transport to heated building. Most of us don't walk about in coats anymore much, do we?
Or if you do, you go for a waterproof one if you're into
Yeah.
So
That's what I've got, a little waterproof cover up. So you sew down that centimetre on the
fabric.
Yeah.
And I'm just getting rid of the tailor's tacks. They'll come out, because I've done them in a contrast colour, they'll come out quite easily. So the next bit for this particular part is you're going to fold that section in. Okay, and your outer bit is going to go over the top. So if you take your time, you can do that in one movement and just pop a pin in there. So you're folding the seam in, and you're folding the other one out, but keeping it flat. So you're not tucking that in, because this is going to be on the inside of your pocket.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see now. It's all going to fold back, isn't it? Ah, pennies dropped.
Clever stuff.
It is clever stuff. I know I couldn't do it. I can follow a pattern though. Oh, I just had a message then. I just want to quickly, while you pin, from Joanne, beg your pardon. Does the Elna 680 have an overlock type stitch for seam finishing, and could you show changing to a walking foot, please? Jo, I'm going to do that in the next hour, just for you. For everybody really, but just for you. I'll show you exactly that. And yes, it does, and yes, I will.
Right, so this is the part that I've got to. So I've got to this section here. So I've machined that flap in, and I've now moved that. So now if you fold your fabric, and this is why you wanted it onto your centimetre seam allowance. Let's just get rid of this other piece of tailor's tack. You're going to fold your pocket in.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to move my pins to the front, because now you're going to actually machine along that line. So like stitch in the ditch.
Like in the ditch, yeah. That makes perfect sense.
And then that's going to be your pocket opening sorted. So you can see that flap.
And that might have been the bit that some sort of more beginner dressmakers might have looked at and thought, wouldn't know where to start. And
No.
that's totally demystified it.
No, and you know, I sort of sat with it, and I've done it a few times now, and I thought, do you know what? That is quite simple, too simple to sort of, but you need maybe to just have a look at it. Hopefully this will have helped.
Sometimes
as
you
well.
need to see someone else do it. I think that's been really helpful, Cara. Thank you. Probably got about 10 minutes on
Yeah,
demo,
that's fine. So I'll just machine along there. I want to show you the collar, and then I want to show you how to assemble the collar onto the actual poncho. And I have done some preparations so we can get to that stage.
Awesome.
So I'm just machining that, and this
That
should.
fabric looks so cosy.
Oh, it's lovely.
Really nice.
Oop, that's my pins. So that should, in theory, I think that's all of that, have caught that seam down there. Can you see
Yeah.
that? Okay. So that's one of your flaps.
Terrific.
Okay.
So you do exactly the same thing on the other side.
Do exactly the same on the other side. For the collar, you have interfacing on one side and no interfacing on the other. You mark on your fabric these particular points, and this is going to be the shoulder,
Yeah.
and these are going to be where you're going to overlap.
Okay.
Okay. And you will stitch 1 centimetre from the edge all the way around there. Okay, and then fold it, and then zigzag, turn it the right way round, and just zigzag along the edge to hold
All the
that
edges
empty.
together.
Yeah. Okay, and then on the one I've prepared earlier.
You mentioned using a Sharpie to mark those dots. That's okay. Yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that for
on
those.
the reverse side is fine, absolutely fine, because
Cool.
it doesn't show through at all.
Great.
So your next stage will be to do your shoulder seams. So you will do your front, which has got your, I'll turn that over so you can see, which has got your flaps for the pockets. So that's your front. You attach it at the shoulder seams to the back, and then you will match your marks to the shoulder there and to the shoulder there, and then you will overlap. Can you see that overlapping
Oh, I see. So
there?
they're almost like sort of half moon shapes, aren't they? Or
Yes.
quarter moon shapes,
Yeah.
like crescents. And then you overlap them at the front and the back.
At the front and
Oh,
the
that's
back.
actually really simple.
And one of them goes in one direction, the overlap, and the other one goes in the other direction.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is to make sure that you match the shoulder seams, and then the others will sit nicely. So you can see on the one that I've actually made how it sits nice and flat.
It's beautiful. It's a lovely, classy collar. Anne's asked, hi Stuart, team and Cara. Cara, what needle are you using for this fabric?
This particular machine, I used the needle that was in there, but at home I used a jersey needle.
Jersey needle would
Yes,
be best. Yeah.
yes, yeah. I just-
Jersey needle, Anne.
yeah,
And
jersey.
what size would you recommend for this fabric?
Whatever I had at home. I don't know what size it was.
That's sewing in the real world,
Sorry.
isn't it, Cara?
What I would suggest is try whatever you've got at home. But when you buy a pack of jersey needles, depending on your fabric, you know, this particular fabric's got a nice open weave, and
Yeah.
it's very, very soft. It's not, you know, it's not a fine jersey.
No,
It's quite
probably
a
like an
chunky one.
80
Yeah.
jersey, something like that.
Yeah, which is good.
Awesome. Nice message coming into the studio. Hi, Cara and Stuart. What a great way to assemble this poncho. So wearable, and love the fabric. Absolutely,
I know,
it is.
really is. It really
really-
is. We can't wait to see some of your creations.
I know. I want to make one just longer, bigger. You know, I always look at women's wear and think it's so small. Everything's so small. Rachel's, oh no, we've done that one, sorry, beg your pardon. Hi Stuart, I have sheep bundles in my basket for backing to first ever quilts,
yes.
but could I pattern quilt front to back with the sheep fabric? Could I pattern quilt?
Like with a quilt pattern, I suppose. Is
I have sheep bundles in my basket for backing 2 quilts, but could I pattern quilt front to back? Oh, you could patch the front of a quilt. Yeah, I would probably iron it to interfacing just to stabilise it because it's got a bit of stretch in it. And I would go probably just like with big squares or rectangles. You could patch different colours together for sure. Yeah, your offcuts, definitely use them. The other thing you can do with them is things like, I mean, they'd make gorgeous like hotties as well, you know, wheat bags with the fleece. It would just stay all snuggly and lovely. Obviously, just be careful when you're microwaving it. You might be better, actually, to have an insert, put a little zip or Velcro in the back, have a separate wheat bag in cotton that you can microwave, put it inside, but then that snuggly sheeping would be lovely.
Right, so I've matched the overlocked raw edges of the collar to the raw edges of the neck.
Yep.
And pinned that together. I've pinned at the overlap, and now all you do is you just sew along there to sew those two together. Don't worry when you get to the actual collar itself that you've got these funny ends going over. That doesn't matter. You don't really want that to be sewn in because, you know, it's not going to form part of the neck.
So there's a little bit, almost like a dog ear sticking out. You can just sew over the top of that and just leave it.
Yeah.
Julie's asked, Cara, please, is a jersey needle a ballpoint needle? Great demo.
I think so.
I'm not
an expert on jersey, I'm afraid. I haven't used much jersey before, but I'm pretty sure it is one that's got a slight ballpoint to it, which is why you don't want it. If you've got a fine jersey, you want a fine jersey needle. If you've got a chunky jersey, like something like this, then you want a chunky one. But this is just a normal needle, and it's going through. It's not pulling the fabric or anything. So.
As long as your stitches are forming properly and you're not getting skip stitches. But yeah, essentially you want a needle, a rounded tip needle, a ballpoint or a jersey needle, sort of, you know, interchangeable really, and this will slip between the threads, the knitted threads.
Fabric,
they'll slip between it, whereas a sharp piercing needle is designed to go kind of almost cut through cotton fabric. But a ballpoint or jersey needle will slip between the threads on a knitted fabric.
Right, so I've got to the part where the collars overlap, and bear in mind you have the base of the actual garment, then you've got the 2 layers of the collar, but where you've got the seam, you've got another 2 layers, so there's lots of layers. So this part, you just take your time. And what I would always do is once I've gone round once, I'd check that everything's stitched. And this is where you want quite a strong needle, so I'm hoping this needle will be okay.
Yeah, an 80 or a 90.
Yes.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
We have a question. Morning both. How would you back a quilt with the sheep fabric? Thanks, Therese. Do you want to take that one, Cara? Or do you want to take it?
No, I'll leave that one to you while I carry on stitching.
So you can use things like fleece or the sheep fabric to back a quilt. Either layer your quilt top with batting and something like Osnaburg, quilt it, and then bag it out with the fleece on the back or the sheep fabric on the back. So to bag out, what you do then is put your layers right side together, so all the way around the outside edge, just leave a gap for turning, then turn the whole thing through, press around the outside edge, and then just top stitch about 1/4 of an inch inside all the way around the outside edge, just to hold the layers together. Or the other thing you could do is you could tie the quilt top if you didn't want to quilt it first. So put your quilt top right side to right side of your sheep fabric. Again, sew all the way the outside, leaving a gap. Turn it through and press. Then use something like cotton perlé and a sharp needle, and then come through your quilt at regular intervals, down and up, sort of take a stitch, tie it off into a knot, clip your thread. So you've got like a little tuft of thread on the top of your quilt, and do that all over, probably at 4 or 6 inch intervals all over the surface of the quilt, and that's called tying a quilt, and that will tie the layers together. So there's various different options. Just on screen now is the navy Italian sheep fabric bundle. Remember, it's black. It's not black. It's not black. It's navy. You can see it better when it's here on screen. This is the one I would use, actually. I want a big poncho for wearing around the farm. Snugly, easy just to throw on and keep yourself snugly. I'm just going to stay here and clutch this because it's like holding a puppy or a lamb.
Or have
in
a
fact,
little sleep.
We've got lots of pregnant sheep on the farm at the moment. It's very exciting, and we're getting the goats scanned very soon.
Excellent.
See how many little babies we've got a cooking.
Excellent.
Yeah, you can have a goat, Hannah. I'll bring you one in. No, you can't have a goat. No.
Right.
Goats are herd animals anyway. They need to be kept in herds. You can't have one on its own. You can't be its herd.
Should have to have more than one.
Definitely. Oh, you can't stop at one. I want hundreds now.
Are you going to keep your kids?
Kids? Oh, yeah. I mean, we've got 7 kids at the moment that are all growing fast. Oh, I see. Can you just show the sort of... I called them dog ears earlier on, but just the bits that stick out.
Yes.
So when you're sewing this at home, don't be concerned about this.
No, not at all. And you can see where those two overlap is actually where that mark is.
Yeah.
Did really well to actually.
You did well.
And then you'll just trim those off. All I'm doing at the moment is just going round the inside to make sure that I've caught all the fabric in.
Yeah.
And if necessary, I'll just stitch round again.
Mm-hmm.
But that looks
Looks good
okay.
to me.
And then I just want to be sure. So I'm going to turn this through so that you can see and trim those off. Got enough time.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm just trimming those off.
Got a couple of minutes, Cara. You've shown us the really important bits, you know, the pockets, the collar. They're the bits that we might look and think, oh, that's a bit... I mean, sewing the side seams we can do.
There you go.
Oh, that's smart.
And what you can do is you can zigzag
Yeah.
those layers together, and that helps it lie flat.
Could we bind them?
You could, yeah, you could. I mean, I didn't do anything on the one up there. You know, this again will be where you would press it, just to make sure that it lies nice and flat. But then the next stage is actually attaching the sides. So you'll follow the instructions for attaching the sides, which is this part here.
Yep.
And as I say, just bear in mind that you will be doing this extra stitching. So I think on this one, because you're going to be stitching from the wrong side, I actually drew the stitching line there.
Oh, I see.
And there. Okay, but you'll be pinning that all together, stitching that all round, and then just doing the hem.
So when we do the hem, do you mind just folding it just to show me along that bottom edge?
So depending on how long you want it,
Yeah.
again, what I would do is zigzag the edge. I wouldn't do a double hem because I
No.
think it would be too thick. But I would just, and this is the 4 centimetres. So I would just fold it like that.
Yeah.
And then machine, and I'd top stitch on the right side.
Got you.
So in a
Got
colour
you.
that was either toned in or contrasted, depending on what you wanted.
Perfect. It's a great garment, isn't it? Very, very versatile and looks terrific in that camel sheep fabric. Really beautiful.
The other, just very quickly,
Of
sorry
course.
to interrupt
No,
you. The other thing, and I thought, oh, what do they mean by that? But on the instructions, they suggest that you actually stitch the pockets together on the inside. And I thought, why would you do that? But if you stitch them together on the inside, they won't flop down, and they won't, you know, they'll stay. So your pockets are going towards the centre.
So when you come to stitch the 2 pockets together, what do you do? Zigzag or?
I did just zigzag. So I just got the 2 together like that, and then just zigzagged. So I just popped it on the machine like that.
Yeah.
And it's just a couple of inches. It doesn't, you
It's a
know,
rather
matter.
clever
But
idea,
I
I think,
know,
that.
and I thought, gosh, that works.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, your pockets could actually fall out and
Yeah.
show
Yeah.
beneath. So.
Yeah, your sweeties could fall out, which would be the real tragedy.
That would be awful, wouldn't it?
Cara, you're fabulous. Thank you so
thank
much
you,
for those
thank
demos.
you.
You showed us all the really important bits. Terrific, and a really good explanation as well. Thank you for how to use the book. What a terrific book this is. Cotton Friends Sewing. And the book has sold out now. Well done if you got that. There are still some bundles of fabric available, so you're still in time to get some bundles of fabric. Now we'll start with the one that Cara's been using. That's the camel. Now this is that gorgeous, lovely, rich, kind of caramelly, golden brown. Absolutely gorgeous. Would look fab with jeans or tweed. Lovely. And a really good kind of cover up. Just sling it on, take the dog out, go for a walk, whatever you need to do, or even just wear around the house if it's a bit chilly. I often put an extra layer on rather than instantly switching the heating on. £23.99 as well, amazing price. Now we've got a light grey. This is kind of that lovely dove grey. Really like this colour. Again, if you wanted to speculatively purchase, thinking of the book, lots and lots of the projects there would be absolutely suitable for using this fabric, this Italian sheep fabric. It's got a little bit of stretch in it. We've also got navy, and lots of the projects in the book actually use up to 2.5 metres, so you could do different projects as well. This is the navy. On the website it does look black, but it is definitely a navy, but a really good sort of dark navy, this one. That's right there. So that looks black now to me. Yeah. Now the red we've also got, this is that fabulous, really, really gorgeous sort of cranberry or hollyberry red. Stunning that, isn't it? Again, £23.99 for 2.5 metres. And cream. Might be my favourite one actually. You might just want it for a throw. You just overlock or zigzag the edges, do that single hem as Cara described, and top stitch all the way around, make a lovely throw. Nice snuggle blanket. It is so soft. Remember, it's 100% polyester, so it's going to wash, machine wash really, really easily. Okay, so those are all our Italian sheep options. Then there are the two options, one of which Cara used for her original sample. This one is going to sell out though, so be aware it's very, very limited. £21.99, so soft, beautiful. And then the other one, which Cara and I have both been just loving, sort of collection of rusts and teal with grey as well. It really is lovely. And that again, 2.5 metres for £35.99. That's the luxury jersey knit fabric. Oh, Teresa's got in touch to say she's going to make the poncho in fluffy cream. And then I think I could spot you among my sheep? Well, I could, because we've got Balwyn Welsh Mountain sheep that are black.
Oh my gosh.
With like a little white face, white tail, white socks.
Beautiful.
They're really pretty, you know, a bit skittish and flighty. But yes, so I'm afraid I would spot you easily, easily. But it would definitely be fun to do. We're going to go to a break now, and when we come back we'll be looking at tools. I'll be showing you a little bit about the 680 plus as well, how to use the walking foot, the overlocking stitches as well. So see you after a break.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I was there and then I was not there. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is the 1st of February. Happy Lunar New Year, Gong Hei Fa Choi. It is the start of February 2, the official birthday month of Mr. Stuart Hillard. I don't just want one day, I want that month. we've got an hour now of fabulous tools, just under an hour, of some fabulous tools. We're also going to be talking a little bit about the Elna 680 Plus, which is available for pre-order. Now, the Elna 680 Plus is a machine I know John Scott has got. I've got the 680 as well in my studio. This is available for pre-order. Now the machine, you order today, the machine's going to be delivered mid-February, so not long to wait at all. We're also going to give you £50 credit into your Sewing Street account to spend in March on anything you like. So that's a fab deal. Elna 680 Plus is our most beloved machine here at Sewing Street. We absolutely love it. We use it for ever such a lot of demos. Cara was just using it. I've got some questions actually that have been sent in. If you have any queries, any questions that you want to ask, now's a great time, get them in. Joe got in touch to say, does the Elna 680 have an overlock type stitch and for seam finishing? And could I show changing the walking foot? I will do both. So, excuse me, might just need some water, if I may please. So in terms of overlock stitches or over edge stitching, so an overlocker is used to finish the edges on, it's typically used on things like dressmaking and home deck, so that the fabrics don't fray. Don't tend to use it in quilting because everything's inside a quilt. And an overlocker can also be used to cut and sew the edge at the same time. What you can do on your Elna 680 Plus is finish the edges beautifully. Here along the top here, you've got a number of different over edge stitches. 13, 14, 15, 16, all of these stitches here along the top. These are all suitable for, can you see those there? Yeah, just these ones along here are all suitable, whether you're using a stretch fabric, in which case you'd use perhaps 13, or non-stretch fabrics, you've got those over edge stitches. Okay, and they will finish the edge beautifully. So, yep, you can do that. Also, while we're talking stretch fabrics, you've got 10 different buttonholes, and you've got buttonholes that are suitable for stretch fabrics too. Now, in terms of changing your walking foot, I'm going to show you how to do that. So your walking foot is included. First thing to do is whenever you're changing the feet on a sewing machine is always to switch the machine off. And that's just so that while you're in the process of changing the foot, you don't press on the, pedal and put the needle down or something like that. So I need to try and get this into a better position, don't I, so you can see. Yeah, how's that? Okay. So on the side of your presser foot, you've got a little screw. Okay. Oh, okay. We're going to look at some features first. No, that's fine. Okay, so included on your Elna 680, you've got all of these feet included. This means that you can do so much. Your standard foot A you're going to use for most utility stitching, rolled hem, zipper foot, satin stitch, open toed, blind hem. Joe, look, foot M is your overlock foot. That combined with your overlock stitches is going to give you a perfect flat, neatened finish. 1/4 inch foot for patchwork, darning feet for free motion quilting. You've also got your even feed foot, that's your walking foot. Button sewing, you name it. So many extras. Fabulous. Now then, walking foot. Look at that, we're all ready now. Beautiful. So you've got a little screw just here at the side of the foot. This is, you're just going to turn this. You get the little screwdriver included as well. Okay, now you don't need to take that out. Okay, it's so simple. This is the only screwdriver I own. Okay, so you take the whole of the shank. This is the shank here, and the foot off. Okay, and then here's your walking foot. Now, I just want to show you here. Can you see this little bit right here? This is going to fit over that screw. This bit right here is going to fit over the screw. And then this little bar here is going to fit over the top of the needle clamp. So, I'm just going to slide this on now. So, here's the needle clamp. So you need to make sure that that sits on top of that. And then the other little bit goes over the screw. And then just finger tighten that screw up. It's really difficult doing this back to front. I'm just going to have to turn it around for a second. Sorry. Obviously, in normal life, you would not be doing this back to front. There we go. And just tighten up that screw. Okay. And then just with your screwdriver, just tighten it. And that's it. It's on. Ready to go. Now, a walking foot, super useful for all kinds of things. So you're going to use it, it's an even feed foot. So it means that the fabric is carried evenly from the top and the bottom. So usually in normal circumstances, your fabric is carried by the feed dogs underneath those little teeth that move back and forth. If you're doing a really long seam, if you're matching fabrics, if you're quilting, having the extra feed dogs on the top, which is what that walking foot provide, will grab and feed the fabric from top and bottom. So it feeds the fabric evenly. They're super useful. You'd normally pay 50, 60, up to £100 for that walking foot. You're getting it included. Okay. There we go. Right, I'll just bob that off and I'll pop the normal foot back on again. Again, I'm not going to make life difficult for myself. I'm just going to pop that back on. So it's really, really simple just to pop the regular foot back on. But like I say, my recommendation is always, always turn your machine off before you start changing feet. And then once you've got your foot changed, you can switch your machine back on. Right, morning Stuart, this may be a silly question, but is a 1/4 inch ruler foot the same as a walking foot? No, absolutely not. So it's a really good question. No, they're not the same. So a walking foot, as I just mentioned, is a second set of feed dogs basically that operate from the top. If you're using a ruler foot, this is a special foot with a deep head on it that's designed to run alongside special free motion quilting rulers, not the kind of rulers that we use for cutting fabric out. Don't put them under your sewing machine and try and quilt along them. These are specially designed rulers, often with channels down them that you drop that ruler foot into and then follow that channel for free motion quilting. They're quite a specific, quite a specialised type of foot. The 680 Plus doesn't come with a ruler foot, but yeah, it's sort of quite a specialised foot, that. Now then, we're going to go to all the key features of the 680. So you've got a whopping 170 stitches, including 10 buttonholes. You've got a superior needle threader. You've got a really large sewing space, 120 by 210 mil. Maximum sewing speed of, get this, 1,000 stitches per minute. You've also got a speed controller, so you can sew super slow or up to 1,000 stitches per minute. A free arm for collars, bags, cuffs, anything like that. Automatic and programmable thread cutter. Love that feature. Presser foot, presser adjustment, easy guided bobbin threader and built-in thread cutter. Bobbin thread and upper thread sensors, extra wide table and 10 bobbins. A super bundle this, available for pre-order. Now we are offering this for pre-order today. Order today and your machine will be delivered direct from Elna mid-February. Now that's going to be delivered mid-Feb. We're also going to give you £50 of credit into your Sewing Street account, which you can spend in March, which is fab. Buy some fabric, zips, dressmaking patterns, you name it. You can do all of that on the Excellence 680. Now, if you're a brand new customer and you've never bought anything from us before, a few key things to let you know. One of them is that we only charge one P&P. £3.95, and that covers all of your purchases for that day. So whether you're buying a brand new sewing machine or bundles of fabric or patterns or all of that, and it doesn't matter how many times you check out during the day either, you only pay that one P&P. The other thing that we offer here at Sewing Street is we offer what we call split pays on many of our products, and the Elna 680 Plus is a prime example. On this machine you've got 5 split payments. Now these are interest free, you don't pay any extra, not 1 penny extra for having that split pay option. You'll only pay the first split pay when you order. So if you were going to order the Elna 680 Plus today and you choose the split pay option, you'll pay £249.80. That's it. Your machine will be delivered mid-February, and then next month and the month after and the month after, we'll take that same £249.80 to complete your split pays, your 5 split pays. But you only have to pay the first one and your product will be dispatched as soon as it's available. You don't have to have split pay, of course, if you don't want to, but there's 0% interest on those purchases. Now then, lots and lots to go through today in the show. Let me show you what we have. Now, let's start. We've got a lovely little spring bundle of solids. Hannah, our producer, has called this Spring Fling, which is rather lovely. It's very Easter eggy. So if you're thinking about little Easter bags or lining baskets for Easter, this is ideal. You could even do a little bit of foundation piecing, maybe, something like that. I might do a little, I'm going to do a little demo of foundation piecing, actually, if there's time in the hour. So I might use that, I might not. But you've got gorgeous, colour-wise, these are, we've got lilac. Yeah, I want the proper names, yeah. I want the proper names. Oh, apple, duck egg, light lilac, and pink. Beautiful. I love the apple. Really beautiful. There we go. Beautiful. You're getting a ½ metre of each, 2 metres in total. So these would be absolutely brill, wouldn't they, for Easter bags and baskets, or maybe some bunting, or just to mix into your stash as some lovely fresh spring colours. Really pretty, like blossom, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now, we've also got just some plain white fabric, a metre bundle. We've called it backing. It's very, very suitable for backing a quilt, maybe. Lovely, that. It's the same qualities we always use. I'll just show you what a whole metre looks like. Well, there we go. So this would be ideal if, for example, last week we had my little baby quilt. This would be ideal for backing a baby quilt, yeah, or a wall hanging. It's also just really useful to have a metre of white fabric in your stash. It's £7.49. Really useful. Really useful. Nice in modern quilting, nice fresh white. I've just used this fresh white solid with my Nutilda, with the Nutilda range for that new quilt. So it's really useful to have. If you like the look of that quilt, by the way, and you've seen it on my Instagram, I would go with 2 of these. You want about 2 metres of white. Will give you plenty, because I'm also going to bind the quilt with white. So, right then, little demo time, I think. Little demo time. I just want to see where my postcard of John Scott has gone. It's gone walkabout. Oh no, I've got it. Right. We've got on the show, we've got the add a quarter rulers. So I just wanted to show you a quick roundup of foundation piecing. Yeah. So we've got the large ruler first. Here it is. So the add a quarter, this is the add a quarter plus, £17.99. It's 2 inches wide, 12 inches long. And what it's got that extra lip. I'll show you how that's used. But it's got that extra lip that makes all the difference. Now we've also got a smaller version of that. This one is 6 inches by 2 inches. Now I'm just using normal paper for my foundation piecing, but you could use proper foundation piecing paper. This one will run through a computer printer. So if you're doing lots and lots of the same block, or you need to, or it's very complicated and you wouldn't want to draw it, this is ideal. You get 100 sheets for £14.99. Great. Okay, so I've just drawn my heart block. If you wanted to reproduce this, this is a 6-inch square. And then I've marked this. Yeah, it's a bit of a, it's my little love letter to John, isn't it? Yeah. So I've put little marks at 2 inches and halfway at 3 inches. And then I've also marked in at 1/2 inch. And then this is at 2 inches. And then this one in the centre is marked down at 1 inch. So if you want to reproduce this, then you absolutely can. And of course, with Valentine's coming up, you might well want to. Nothing wrong with that. So what I'm going to do to start with is just cut out my paper pattern. So I'm just going to get rid of a few of the edges. Now I use my regular rotary cutter for doing this. I don't have a specific one for paper. There's nothing in modern paper that will blunt your rotary cutter faster than with a, cutting fabric. So I'll just use a bit of, I've got a few little scraps here that I'm going to use. So I'm going to cut this foundation down the middle because I'm going to make it in 2 halves, which does mean that I haven't got my seam allowance around the outside on that edge, so that's absolutely fine. I just need to keep that in mind. Let's use some of the fabrics from Spring Fling. Let's use a little bit of that. Well, can I go with a pink heart? Let's go pink heart. So we're going to start. Now I haven't numbered my foundation, but this is a really easy one. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 pieces. So I'm just going to start by cutting a piece of the pink fabric, which is the main fabric for my heart. And you always add your fabric to the plain side. Okay, that's always going to go on the plain side, and we're always going to sew on the printed side. Now then, I'm going to go cut into my 1 meter of backing fabric just for my contrast. You could use any colour you want to for this. And I'm going to use just kind of rough sizes. Now, at the moment, it would be very much guesswork where that first piece of fabric would go. So this is where using the add a quarter and a postcard really comes into its own. So I've got my little, I don't know where I found that, it was in my dressing room. You're going to put that postcard up against the sewing line, my first sewing line. And you're going to fold that fabric, or that paper rather, out of the way. Next thing, grab your add a quarter ruler and you're going to lay that down on top. Now the little lip inside that ruler will lock against the edge of your postcard, exposing just 1/4 inch, and then I can trim that fabric away. When I take this away now, I've got just 1/4 inch of fabric overhanging that edge. That's absolutely perfect. That's just what I want. So what I'll do next then, I've got my piece of white fabric that I'm going to use for that triangle. Line those two fabrics up and then flip the whole thing over, and then I can sew along that straight line. Now on my sewing machine, I'm just going to reduce the stitch length to 1.5, and then it's really important when you're foundation piecing that you start and finish sewing at least 1/4 inch outside the sewing line. Okay, so I'll just show you what I've done there so that you can see. Can you see how I started a good 1/4 inch over the line and I finished 1/4 inch? Very important that you do that. So now I'm going to open that up and press that back. I'm just going to finger press this. Okay, so I've done my first piece. I'm ready to do my second piece here. Now I can actually use this fabric. Okay, so I need to do the same again. Fold that back against the line, add 1/4 and trim. And now I've got my 1/4 inch hanging over. I can grab my piece of fabric. And so again, remembering to start 1/4 inch outside the line. You're sewing directly on the printed line and also go 1/4 inch beyond it. Press that back. Okay, and that's done now. Just got one more piece to do, and that's this last piece right here. I'll take that pin out now. It's held the fabric nicely for me. So last one. Now, this illustrates what happens when you sew 1/4 inch over the line. Okay. We need this to be flat. Okay. So Carol Doak shows this. She always says, "I am woman, hear me roar," which sounds better when she says it. And then just hold it tight and just pull it back. Okay, so it actually just tears through that foundation. But if you hold that firmly and just pull it back firmly, it's perfect. It hasn't damaged anything. So we can trim those pieces away. And now I just need my last bit of fabric to cover up that side, which again I'll cut. Yeah, I mean, these add 1/4 rulers are fantastic. I absolutely love them. It just adds that little lip and it just makes such a difference. But remember, always go 1/4 inch outside of the line and crease that back. Okay, the last thing that I need to do is to trim the edges of my unit. And what I want to do is add a quarter all the way around, which again I'm going to use my add a quarter. But this time, instead of butting it up against a fold, I'm just lining up that edge on the quarter with the edge of my pattern. Just making sure I'm adding that quarter. There we go. All my pieces trimmed. And there is 1/2 of my heart. You'll see, of course, that it is a mirror of the foundation. So this is why, if we were making this heart, and this pattern was from a book, you're not just going to get one foundation that you repeat twice, because you'd only have one side. Once this one's pieced, this will make the other side of the heart. Now you could, wouldn't it be fun, wouldn't it be lovely to use the Spring Fling bundle plus the metre of white solid and create a gorgeous little spring wall hanging. Absolutely lovely. So pretty. It would be lovely for a nursery actually. And that's just a simple rundown on how you do foundation piecing, but really importantly, using that add a quarter ruler. Now, just for your reference, if you want to repeat this heart foundation, I started by drawing a 6-inch square, divided it down the middle, and then I measured 1/2 inch in from the outer edge and put a dot. 2 inches down from the top, join those up. And then that mark joins up to the centre line. And then over here, I measured 2 inches in from the corner and 1 inch down. I'm so sorry to keep coughing, by the way. I've got the most annoying tickle. Perfect, there we go. So that's how you do it. So you can have that little foundation, little heart project for you. Now, another fabric which would be so beautiful to make that heart foundation block out of, piece together, is the Alice Caroline Liberty. We're going to start with the 5-inch. Now these were brand new at the weekend. These are spring pastels. I'll show you what's inside. I do love a bit of Liberty. Now you're getting 20 different prints. They'll be random, but they're all these lovely spring Liberty colours. How pretty. They're a lawn, so they're a lovely lightweight. So soft. Now, lawn is just the same as any other cotton in terms of sewing. It's perfectly stable, easy to sew. It's just much lighter than a regular. That's gorgeous, isn't it, that one? This is a great way of getting lots of different fabric. If you went into Liberty, I don't think you can get these there. I think you can just buy 1/4 or 1/2 metre, can't you? Absolutely lovely. They're all different. You get 20. Oh, they're so beautiful. I haven't packaged them terribly well, have I? But Joe likes to do things like that, which is really, really useful. Now, what about something smaller and more delicate? Maybe you do English paper piecing, little hexagons. So here you're getting 36 2.5-inch squares of Liberty Lawn. You're getting 36 in the pack. So again, all these lovely light spring colours, ever so pretty. Would be great for doing English paper piecing with. But you could just sew them together into a grid 6 by 6. That would look ever so pretty. And that would be a 12-inch finished square if you sewed all of those together. Make a lovely little cushion, or you could add a little border around it. Or add some fine sashing in between each square. I'd probably just put something that finished at 1/2 inch, so a 1-inch cut. Maybe using one of the spring fling. I mean, the pastel pink, really fine. So it would just finish at 1/2 inch. So it'd finish about so wide, just in between, like a little frame in between each square. Would be beautiful. There's that bundle on screen. It's $14.99. You get 2 meters of fabric for $14.99, and that would team beautifully with the Alice Caroline 2.5-inch mini charm. Now then, if you want something a little brighter, a little more summery, how about these? These are gorgeous. I'm going to open this one up. Because these are gorgeous. Love these. Can't get in. There we go. Ha! Gives you a little idea there what you're getting. But I just want to show you a few more of them. These are cute. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And I'm just going to kind of randomly arrange them. Do you know, I've actually got a shirt made out of that fabric. It's a Paul Smith. I didn't realise it was Liberty fabric, but it's a Paul Smith shirt made in that fabric. And I'm just going to arrange these just so you can see. I mean, you could literally just arrange these into a little grid, sew them together. How pretty is that? Absolutely gorgeous. But like I say, you could separate them out, and I would probably do this. I should have laid the fabric down first of all, and then it would have looked, but you could actually put the pink with that. The white would look fantastic. The white would look really nice up against that, and just do some fine sashing in between. That would look really pretty. I'm going to do it now. So while I give my voice a rest, I need to just stop talking, don't I? There we go. Just doesn't that look lovely and fresh? And it just kind of brightens everything. You know, I would work at about that scale. 1-inch cut strips. Sew them into rows first, and then long strips in between. White border around the outside edge. And then I would actually do some big stitch quilting. Perhaps in something like a sky blue diagonal crosshatch. Big stitch quilting is just where you use something like cotton perlé or sashiko thread. And you want to take maybe 3 stitches per inch. That would look so pretty. And then just hand quilt that. Yummy! Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yeah, really love those. Oh, I'm going to keep Joe busy putting those away. Thank you, Joe. Joe, I couldn't just have some more water, could I, please? It's the only thing stopping me. Coughing everywhere. Ah. Now, this is a lovely, lovely book. Now, this book is called Wild Wool and Colourful Cotton Quilts. Lovely example of how you can mix wools and cottons together, but also you could substitute quilt weight cottons for all of these. $16.99. Look at these amazing quilts that you can make. They're absolutely spectacular, aren't they? Absolutely spectacular. Oh, I love that. Single figures on this book. Love the checkerboard. Oh, that is perfect. Wow, what fun. So you've got full-size instructions, templates, everything that you need. Amazing. Houses on the hill. These are showstoppers, aren't they? If you are using wool for the applique, of course, it doesn't fray, so you can do a raw edge technique. That's absolutely beautiful. Super book that. $16.99. You've got all your full-size patterns in the back. Big pattern sheets, which is fantastic. Love that. $16.99. Now, you've got to start somewhere with applique, and this is a great book. This is Weekend Makes Simple Applique. 25 quick and easy projects to make. Now, a lot of this is fusible applique, so very, very easy to do with some Bondaweb. And some lovely little projects. Nice range, actually, of projects in here that you could just make without the applique as well. Pin cushion, needle case, notebook cover. Oh, hello. What's going on here? $9.99. Well, that's gorgeous. The tablet case. Very, very nice. Love that. Like how that's been quilted as well. Nice coffee cosy there. Egg cozies. Bread basket. Placemats. A place mask. Please wear a mask. Pyjama bag. Loads of lovely projects. So that's cute. Little makeup bag. There you go. Got your mascara. You're welcome. Great fun. Love that, and it's under £10, just $9.99 for that. Weekend Makes Simple Applique by Janet Goddard. Fab. Single figures on that book, by the way. Oh, I've had a special delivery. Oh, I say. Hello. Oh, where's a Sharpie when you need one? Yeah, I've got a very special job after the show. I thought I'd got a Sharpie with me then. We've got my birthday photo. Oh, there we go. That'll do it. Thank you. First one. There we go. It's my birthday on Thursday, and we'll be doing a special show with special. Look at that intense stare. Hello. Welcome to my sewing room. Everyone that shops on Thursday will get one of those, whether you want it or not. We'll make you have it. There are literally, we've got enough to build a house with, so there you go. Excellent, excellent. I shall look forward to writing an essay on every single one of them. Now then, we've got, talking of applique and fusible applique, we've got a double pack of Bondaweb. Great value this, $5.98. You're getting 2 packs. These always sell out really, really quickly when we have them on air. You're getting a piece of Bondaweb. It's 17.5 centimetres by 1.2 metres in length. And this is your paper-backed fusible web that we use for applique. It's a really, really useful size. We normally sell them singly. This is a twin pack for $5.98, and really useful to have in your stash. I wouldn't buy one and give one to a friend. I would keep them both. I am a little greedy, but they are super, super useful. Easy to use. Just trace on the paper side, rough cut, iron it to the wrong side of your fabric, and then cut neatly on your drawn line. So you could do a different kind of hearts wall hanging there and applique them. Now then, you know how much I love a scrap quilt. I've got a great book. Now, if you want to use up your scraps, maybe yesterday when we had the clearance fabrics, you bought lots of those. There are some amazing projects in this book. It is an absolutely brilliant book. And I tell you what's best about it from my point of view, these cutting strategies that she talks about, because you look and think, oh gosh, that looks quite complicated. Now, the price is crashing to $19.99, which is brill. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're crashing again. $17.99. Wow, it should be $23.99 and it's crashed to $17.99. That's fabulous. Thank you for that. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to everyone. Loads of good colour advice in this book to start with, which is great. And then the projects themselves are absolutely fantastic. These are not your typical scrap quilts. That is amazing. There are so many great ideas in this book. The piecing ideas are really clever. That's gorgeous. Love that. Really beautiful. This looks so complicated, doesn't it? It looks like it's like full of really difficult templates that you wouldn't necessarily want to cut, but actually you're sewing squares together and then trimming. That's all you're doing, and squaring up the block at the end. Really cleverly put together, this book. Again, this Sleepy Tiny Teepee Town looks really complicated, but again is simple squares that are then trimmed. Nothing difficult in this book, but really impressive results. That is fabulous. Should be $23.99 and you're saving £6. Even this one, which to me looks the hardest, again, you're piecing, you're cutting, it's easy. Very clever. Very, very clever, that one. That's Sensational Quilts for Scrap Lovers. Now we've got another quilt, again, very much thinking about scraps, yardage, digging into your stash that you've already got and using it. This is a great price, $12.99. $12.99 for 8 projects, and 2 ways, either use yardage or scraps. So, wow. Each project is done either as a use your yardage or use your scraps. Wow, look at the difference. I prefer the scrappy version. I love scrappy quilts. Spinning triangles. That is gorgeous. And again, use your scraps. Use your yardage. Different looks depending on how. This is using yardage. No, that is using scraps. That is using yardage. Fabulous, aren't they? That's a scrappy version. And that's the more sort of controlled version, shall we say. Amazing, love these ideas. And $12.99 is a really good price. Oh, that's cute. Very cute. Safe travels. That's a lovely quilt, isn't it? I like that. That would work really well with Sincerely Yours, our new moda. Yeah, that would work really well with that. That would be beautiful. Oh, there's so much in there for £12.99. Great buy. We won't get that book again, so if you like the look of that, grab it now while you can. Now, I've just mentioned Sincerely Yours. This is a great mega bundle of fabric. Some of these are available by the half metre, but not that many, I'm afraid. It's 127.33, and for that you're getting 19 fabrics, 19 half metre cuts. Now, there aren't many of these bundles left. They are so, so pretty. You've got this gorgeous palette of coral, orangey reds, peaches, blossom, bubblegum pink, cream and purple, and they're gorgeous kind of modern prints. You've got some of these heart prints which I absolutely love, a good range of little florals. That's my favourite. My goodness me, that is beautiful. Isn't this palette wonderful? Yes, Valentine's coming up. Yes, absolutely suitable for that. But also, I think these have they're just lovely, kind of girly, feminine colours. I think they're very pretty. They're kind of lipstick colours, aren't they? I could just see a quilt in this for a tween or a teen for their bedroom, which would just be gorgeous. You know, if you wanted to make a project, wanted to make a quilt for a young person who would enjoy these colours, I think they're fab, and they would just work all year round. Absolutely beautiful. You're getting a half a metre of fabric free in there. You're getting 19 half metre cuts. You're only paying for 18 of them. I tell a lie. You're actually getting a whole metre free. You're saving $14.98. Even better. Of course, half metre is very suitable for bag making as well. So combine 2 or 3 of them and you could make all kinds of lovely satchels, rucksacks, backpacks. We have got a special offer today actually on 2 of Debbie Shaw's bags, bag books. So Cara's going to be demonstrating a project from one of the books next, but check this out. Just today this is, buy backpacks and satchels, or 2 backpacks or 2 satchels, and you'll save 15%. Now, what's important here is that you check out both books in the same transaction. You need to do that, and then you don't have to do anything else. We'll automatically take 15% off the purchase price of those 2 books. But be quick, because we're quite limited on stock. Okay, and that offer just runs until, well, at midnight tonight, the offer will disappear. So be quick. But that is lovely, isn't it? You've got all those backpacks and you've got all those satchels, and they're kind of mix and match. You've got templates inside that you can mix and match to make so many different bags. Now in 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, Cara will be back. Cara's going to be doing all the talking in the next hour. I'm just going to sit quietly. And we'll see you after the break. Don't forget, the 680 Plus is available for pre-order today. Delivery mid-Feb. We'll even, mid-Feb. We'll even put £50 credit into your Sewing Street account for you to spend in March as our little thank you. So we'll see you after the break.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back everybody. It's great to have your company on Sewing Street today, the 1st of February, and it's also Lunar New Year, so Happy New Year to you. Now, in this hour, I've got a fab hour actually. It's all about bags, really into bag making at the moment, loving it. And we've got 2 fantastic books from our lovely Debbie Shaw. Now, we've also got a special offer just to make things even more wonderful today. We've got backpacks and satchels, and this is part of Deb's Build a Bag book series. Now, if you buy one of each or 2 of the same, and it's entirely up to you how you want to do it, you can save 15% on the purchase price. Now, you don't have to do anything special. Literally just check them out in the same transaction, same basket, same transaction, and automatically you'll save 15%. Doesn't matter whether you buy one of each or 2 of the same, you'll save that 15%. So great day. Now then, let's start off with satchels. Now, the Satchels book, the concept is brill. What Deb's done is she's picked a kind of book. So in this case, it's Satchels. And the book contains 15 projects, but I mean endless variations, because she takes a mix and match approach. Love that you've got this. Inside, you've got a special template with slots in it, okay, and what you do then, I mean, Cara will explain, but you use that to cut out the various elements of the bag that you've chosen. This one is Satchels, and there's so many different variations that you can make. Different fastenings, different sizes. You might be thinking one for you, one for a friend, same book. That's fab, isn't it? Some really lovely variations in these bags. And you can mix and match. And obviously, you know, Deb's come up with a variety of ways to use them. But you, of course, may think of other ways to use them as well. Other ways to mix and match. So smart. This is the one, actually, that Cara's going to be demonstrating today. That is so lovely. And of course you could make it without the bow, look totally different. Now the book on its own is £12.99. I mean, it's a fantastic price for a fantastic book. You've got an awful lot in there, and everything in Deb's very, very sort of, you know, brilliant style, where she has every single step photographed. So visual, but also great written instructions too, so you're absolutely guided through every part of the process. Love that. So that's the Satchels, £12.99. You could just get that book on its own. You could get 2 copies of the Satchel book, one for you, one for a friend. Save 15% when you check out. All you've got to do is go through in the same transaction. You'll automatically save that money. Now the Backpacks book is actually £11.99. You've already saved a little bit there. But this is the same idea really. 15 projects, backpacks this time. You've got your multi-use template. Obviously it's a different template to the Satchels, but you're going to mix and match those elements, and then you've got the actual projects themselves. So different ways to style and make. That's a fun one. Using those different template elements, that's absolutely gorgeous. I love that. Trip to the beach, anyone? Thank you very much. That's lovely too. Simple. Great, aren't they, Cara?
They are beautiful. And I love the fact that you've got the template and that you can use that so easily.
It is a really clever idea, isn't it?
It really is.
Did you find using the templates easy?
Yes, I've done, I think I've done one of the Satchels from that book as well, and just really straightforward. She explains everything so clearly. Such a clever concept.
Oh, it's brilliant. Deb's great, isn't she? She really is. So innovative and so much value in her books as well. I mean, they're absolutely jam-packed with projects, but also it's all the techniques, the tools, explaining the different kinds of fabric supports. I like the way she calls them, you know, what we think of as interfacings or wadding stabilizers. They're supporting the fabric. Terrific. Absolutely terrific. So you've got 15 projects in that book and your templates for £11.99. Now again, special offer today. Buy both of the books and save 15%. Buy 2 of the same book and save 15% on that order. You just need to check out in one transaction and you will make that saving. Love it. Let's show the actual bag. Now this is the bag that Cara is going to make. This is from the Satchels book, and this is the Big Bow Satchel.
Yes, it is.
Love it. Fun to make?
Oh, definitely. And the fact is that, you know, the bow you can have on there permanently, or you can have it on a popper. So you can mix and match, you can add pockets, lots of different things. But very simple, very simple. If you haven't done bag making before, I would thoroughly recommend that particular one, because it is rectangular. It's taking you through certain techniques and everything, and it just looks so stylish at the end. It does.
It looks terrific. It looks great in that mode of canvas as well.
Yes, yeah.
Love it. If you've never done bag making before, one of the key products in this is Bosal in our form, which we have got on the show. That's what's giving it the structure. Now, it's sold in half-metre pieces. This is half a metre for £11.99. Now, I'm just going to take it out of the bag and show you how much you're getting. This is the kind of project, if you didn't know what it was, you'd just walk past it, wouldn't you? You'd be like, what's the point in that?
I know. But you've got lots there, so you'll be able to do more than one bag.
Oh, that's amazing, actually, isn't it? Half a metre.
It's the front and the back of the bag, the flap, and also the gussets.
Yeah, you really would get 2 bags out of that, wouldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's terrific. And this is the single-sided fusible?
Yes, it is, yes.
So the single-sided fusible, one of the sides you will feel it's slightly ribbed, and if you run your nail along it,
or put
you
it
will hear it
against the
scratching.
light, you can see it's a bit shinier as well.
Yeah, that's the fusible side. Now, if I contrast this, there is the non-fusible side, and you can see that looks almost felty. It almost looks like felt. That's the difference. So this is the side, the fusible side. Typically, I'd fuse that to the outer fabric, would you?
Yes, definitely.
And then have the lining loose inside. You can buy double-sided fusible. Now, that's useful if you're making, say, for example, if you've ever done any of Annie's bags, Patterns by Annie, she tends to fuse the fabric and the lining with that fusible inside, that Bosal inside, quilts it, and then the bag's constructed with the seams on the outside, and then they are bound with normal quilt binding. That's when you would use the double-sided fusible. There's also a non-fusible option as well if you don't want to fuse at all, or you want to, say, quilt the bag and you don't need it to be fusible.
The other question I think somebody asked was, how do you get rid of the creases? You know, when you get your Bosal, it is creased, and you think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to get rid of that. It comes out beautifully with just steam. It really does. So you're not left with any hard sort of fold creases or anything.
Just when you fuse the layers together.
Yes.
In terms of, we use a lot of H640 for bags. What would you say the differences are in terms of what you get?
If you want a very soft bag, then H640 is really good. It still gives the structure. But if you want something that's got a little bit more body to it, and I found actually with the canvas, because the canvas is a lot firmer, that the Bosal was a really good idea, as opposed to, but you could use either. You really could use either. It's just personal preference, I think.
But the fusible foam, the in-R form, it's very easy to sew, isn't it?
It is, definitely.
If I just show you with this bag, actually, I'll take out, there's a bit of something inside to pad it. But if I just show you, this is the bag without anything inside it at all. And can you see, it sort of stands up, it holds its shape, and that's the in-R form that's creating that shape. It doesn't require padding. Whereas if this was H640, that bag would be much softer and kind of, so if you want something, just a very softly padded, say, tote bag or little evening bag with a metal frame,
The H640 is
perfect,
lovely,
isn't it?
And that particular bag was, I folded it before I came, and you just give it a steam press, and all the creases and everything come out.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff. Really like it. So that is our Bosal in our form, single-sided fusible. Well worth getting a 1/2 metre while we've got it available. It's super useful. Use it ever such a lot for bag making. Okay, now let's have a little look at the bundle that's been used for that finished sample, because you can reproduce that bag. So what you're getting here is, this is a Moda printed canvas. Love this.
Oh, it's just so nice. It's got that sort of natural feel to it, sort of like a heavy calico or something, but then it's stunning with the black and the gold printing.
Yeah.
It just really does sort of bring it to life.
And that's got a proper metallic, can you see that? Proper metallic gold sheen. This is Zen Chic, the designer's Zen Chic for Moda. Absolutely lovely. And this is a canvas, printed canvas. So it's a little heavier weight. Beautiful that. Now you're getting a metre of that Moda canvas. You're getting 1/2 metre of the cotton canvas, black cotton canvas. This is for the lining. This is extra wide. The photo on the website, by the way, just does make it look like it's shiny. It's not shiny, it's completely matte. But just to show you, this is extra wide. Both 100% cotton, of course, so they're going to work beautifully. So you're getting both of those fabrics, so 1.5 metres of fabric in total. Then you're also, within your bundle, getting a magnetic fastener. Easy to use?
Definitely. I'm going to show everybody how easy it is.
Oh, fantastic,
Yeah.
fantastic. So you're getting the metallic, gold metallic fastening, and just to show you within the bag, that's just here in the front, just holding the flap together. Very easy to install. Snaps now magnetic, nicely fastened, really easy to use. Cara's going to give us a demonstration on how to install that. So that's your first bundle. That would look good with anything, wouldn't it?
It definitely would. And if you wanted to, you could play around with, you know, you could have a plain black bow, which I think would look lovely.
Idea. Or even just the tie bit of the bow
Yes,
in black.
the tie bit of the bow. You could have a black handle. And if you did that, you'd actually have quite a lot of the fabric left over. So there may be something else within the books that you could make.
Lovely. I like the way you're going with that, Cara. Now then, the next bundle that we've got is another Moda canvas bundle. We've got 3 of the Moda canvas bundles. This is a fabulous design. This is the spots. Spotty. Look at that. That is so cool. Love it. Kind of almost optical effects with that. Look almost kind of like they're bulging out of the fabric, don't they? A little bit of gold printing. Okay. And again, that sort of seeded natural background. It's for Moda by Zen Chic. It is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So you're getting 1 metre of that canvas. Now, I would say, because I do a lot of messenger bags, that 1 metre of that fabric for that bag, that is generous, isn't it?
It is very, very generous. And the reason why you have 1 metre is that in the instructions, Debbie suggests that you have the handles.
Yep.
I was able to cut everything for the bag
Yep.
from 1/2 metre,
Yep.
but I didn't have enough for the handles.
Got you.
So you get your handles from that, and you have got quite a bit left over.
But I'm
that's what
just
I'm saying.
thinking, Cara, if I was to go on the website, okay, and I bought 2 metres of webbing
Yes, for your handles.
in black or in natural or something like that
Yes.
for the shoulder strap,
Yeah.
then I could get 2 bags, out of the
definitely.
canvas.
Definitely. And also you could
I
do,
need some extra lining.
yeah, the bow, you could have a black back of the bow, and as
You
you say, a black
could.
centre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mix
So
and
you can play
match.
around with it quite a lot.
You certainly could. So you're getting that metre of the cotton canvas from Moda. You're getting your half metre of black cotton canvas for your lining, or as we've both suggested, accenting. You could even add some covered piping cord in the seams. That would look really smart.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Or mix and match and your magnetic snap. Don't be alarmed. If you've never done one of these before, Cara's going to show us just how easy it is. $21.99 for your Moda So Happy Natural Spot Satchel Bundle. Okay, then our third option using the Moda cotton canvas is Covered in Kisses.
All for Valentine's.
Yeah, but this is lovely, isn't it? Because it's, you know, it's a nice modern print, but it's not sort of loud and, you know, it's just, yeah, lovely, everyday kind of design. You've got the black crosses and then little gold kisses as well within that. A metre of that Zen Chic canvas. And then I love this.
Oh, definitely.
Sort of an antique gold cotton canvas to go with it. Doesn't that work well? Absolutely beautifully. A half a metre of that plus your snap, your magnetic snap. Okay, so those are our 3 Moda bundles. Then we have got 2 more bundles which use, bit of fun these. I think you'll like them. Should we go little foxes? Yeah, little foxes. Now this bundle, look at the price, $17.99. You're getting a metre of the little foxes. That's a cotton blend. That's a cotton blend. Super cute. That is really lovely, isn't it? And
That
I
is
love
so
that with-
different.
Yeah.
So different. And that's, I haven't seen that one before. Is it like a canvas
Yeah,
weight?
it is. It is. Yeah, yeah.
That is so nice.
Yeah.
I love the grey, or is it just natural? Yeah, it's the grey, isn't it? And
Yeah,
then you've
kind of
got
grey and
the natural
tan.
background.
80% polyester, 20%. Sorry. Oh, I beg your pardon. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Yeah. So
Excellent.
nice, strong and hard wearing.
Lovely. Yeah, and washable.
Washable too. You're getting half a metre of this lovely sort of dusky lilac cotton canvas to go with. That's for your lining. Looks great, doesn't it?
Looks
really like that
nice
combo.
together.
Plus your magnetic snap fastening as well. So that's the Vintage Fox bundle. Remember, you will need to buy the book as well separately, so make sure that you check your basket out with the satchel. And then our last option is Shabby Hairs. Shabby hairs.
I've never heard that one
yes,
before.
you've got really shabby hair.
Oh, aren't they lovely?
They're cute though, aren't they?
They are
I learned
so
a really
nice.
interesting fact yesterday, not shabby, but shoddy. You know the word shoddy?
Yes.
You know where it comes from?
It's shoes, isn't it? Something to do with shoes.
No, it was any fabric that was made out of partly recycled fabrics
okay.
within it was called shoddy.
Okay.
That was the name given for it. And so shoddy goods were ones which contained recycled materials in them.
There you go.
Interesting, isn't it?
Interesting
Anyway,
fact
these are
for today.
shabby hairs. Shabby hairs, but there's nothing shabby about the bag you'll make with these.
No.
You get a metre of that, and it's got a lovely kind of soft shell pink background, and then these kind of natural colours for the hairs. You've got more of that lovely lilac cotton canvas to line it with, and then you've got your magnetic fastener. So those are our options in bundles. We've got the Bosel, remember, of course. Super important. That is absolutely flying out. So do check that out if you've got some in your basket. $11.99 for half a metre. And am I right that these are pre-cut half metres, or is this by the half? Yeah, no, these are pre-cut. So if you multi-buy, you'll get separate half metre cuts. If you needed a really big piece and you'd got, could you splice them?
Well, you could butt them up
Yep.
and then zigzag over the edges. I wouldn't actually overlap
No.
them. I'd put them, because it's thicker,
Yeah.
I'd actually butt them up and then
Slice,
zigzag. Yeah.
Perfect,
Yeah.
perfect. Just a wide zigzag. And then we've also got the magnetic fastenings, the magnetic snaps on their own too. Now, these are often hard to find, really useful to have in your stash. They're only $2.99 each. They will sell out probably, I think. So if you can snap a few, snap a few.
Oh.
Don't groan, Cara. I've got a croaky throat. Come on.
Oh.
I need you to be on side.
I laughed.
You did. I laughed. It wasn't me.
I think they did it in there as well.
I know. Cara, tell me about this bag. What do we do?
Right.
Tell me about the book.
Okay, so if you haven't seen one of these books, it's part of the Build-A-Bag range from Debbie Shaw. So I wanted to go through what's included in the actual book. And on the inside cover, you have this fantastic template.
That
and
is
the
good.
template, whoops, have it up the right way. I'm going to put my glasses on, then I can see what I'm doing. So the template covers everything that's included in the book. So you've got 15 projects and you use this template. And every single project will tell you what part of the template you need to use. So this area here is the important part of the book. And where you've got the lavender colour, those are the parts of the template that you're going to use. So just to explain, if nobody's done one of these before, you take your fabric and part of, or some of them, are placed on the fold, and it will say, and there's a long arrow there to say place on the fold. So what I would tend to do is get my fabric, and for this particular one, we're going to use, show you here, we're going to use this part of the template and then this part of the template. So we're going to do the longer one first, and that will be, so because it's see-through, you can actually see where you're going to be putting your template. So it's going to be this line here, and that's the square satchel, okay?
Yep.
And then this line here, which is the other part, that's going to be the square flap.
So we just move the template down
Yeah.
and cut the flap. And I noticed that you place that on the fold.
Yes.
Is the seam allowance included?
Yes.
We've got a seam allowance.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So we just mark through the slots.
Yeah, so you just mark through the slots. You can be as economical as you want to be, so you can actually alter the fold there. You want to try and make sure that it's on the grain.
And with a print like that, I suppose it'd be quite important to get the spots centred as well.
Yes.
Having the see-through template really helps with that, doesn't it?
Yes, and when this is on the fold, you can see that those circles there, I could actually move it over. So that's the centre.
Yep.
Okay. And then with a friction pen or chalk or something, all you do is you just draw through the actual template, and this will mark it onto your fabric. You just hold it in position.
Yep.
Try and make sure that it doesn't move massively. So I'm coming down here. So this is one piece of the actual side of the bag. The satchel.
And I suppose as well, if you wanted, if there was maybe like a, oh, I don't know, spray of flowers that you wanted right in the centre
Yes.
of a flap, you could even mark the centre line on the
Yes.
outside of the fabric, line the template up,
Yes.
and do it one at a time, couldn't you? Just to make sure that everything was, and don't cut on the fold that way.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. What I tend to do is once I've done that, I pop a pin in, because your fold, I haven't ironed the fold, I don't want to iron the fold, and then you'll just cut that out.
Yep.
And you'll do that with all the pieces, and she goes through everything here, so it's so clear, explaining what you need to cut, out of which fabric you're going to be cutting, and she puts in bold on the fold, so you are aware of that. For the actual gussets and everything, she says to take that, but then she tells you not on the fold. So some of the patterns in the book are on the fold for the gussets or the handles or something like that. But she does state very, very clearly what you need to cut on the fold and what you don't need to cut on the fold.
It's a really clever concept, this, isn't it?
It's amazing. How did she come up with something like this? It's just fantastic. So every single pattern in the book uses this template.
Fab.
And that's basically how you follow the template.
Great.
The only thing that you won't use the template for are your handles. So she does explain that you want to use or cut 4 by 40 inches of the outer fabric for the strap, and then you want a little 4-inch square of the outer fabric for the centre of the bow.
Got
So
you.
everything is on the template,
Yep.
or she will say also cut out. And then her photographs are fantastic for following in the book. So you've done all of that, you've cut your fabric, and you've cut your bow saw, you've also cut your lining, so you've cut all your pieces, and then you start assembling the bag.
The in-R form, do you cut that when you're using bows, or do you cut that to the same size, or do you
Yes.
cut it smaller?
I cut it to the same size because I find with the bags, actually having a bit of the bowsel down the seam of the bag gives it a little bit more structure. The only thing that I did change, and I'm sorry, but I did make the flap the way that Debbie suggests here, but I found with the bowsel, it's very, very thick, attaching it to the back of the bag.
Okay, yes, you've used
So if you look,
H640?
yeah, no, I've used the
No.
bowsel, but if you feel the seam between the back of the bag
Yeah.
and the flap,
Yeah.
that had all.
Oh,
so it
I
had
see.
everything.
I see.
So I thought for this one, I would actually just. So, for example, so this is the flap,
Yeah.
and following the instructions, you would sew all the way round, leave a turning gap, turn it round, and everything. And in fact, I did use H640 for the flap.
H640 for the flap.
Yes.
Yeah, it's soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
entirely up to you. You can use the bow saw, but even so, I found it
No, I
quite
think you're
thick.
right. I think you're right. That's a nice. You want a softer flap,
Yes,
don't you?
yes,
Definitely.
yeah.
I think that's lovely.
Yeah. So what I am going to do is actually just sew down the side and across the bottom and leave this open, because then when you attach it to the back of the bag, you haven't got so many layers, because otherwise you'd have a lot of layers and it would
Brilliant
be
tip.
very stiff.
Brilliant tip.
Okay, so the first thing you'll do if you follow the instructions is you'll assemble the right side to right side, and then leave a gap, turn this around, and this is the bow. So again, I wanted to make sure that the circles were on the front for the bow, and then you'll do the little turning, the little the centre of the bow as well. So the first lot of instructions covers that. If we've got time, I'll show you how to pop that together.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Do it now if you want.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
fine.
definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. Loads of time.
So what I found, and again, you can do it whichever way you like, you could just fold the bow in the centre, pop the fabric around, and then stitch it.
Right.
And I found that I could actually just squeeze this all together and then feed that through the centre of the tab.
Well, that looks easier, because I would find it easier to handle that centre knot on its own to sew it up, rather than trying to do it once it's on the bow.
Yeah, I did it on that one. I did it so I didn't have a seam, and it made the tab a bit wider. But I thought, no, you could easily just, and then you'll just pull that through, and then you can play around with the placement of the folds and everything, and just make it look as you would like it to look. But you can feel this has no stiffening in whatsoever. It has no interfacing or
you.
anything. So you can see that actually the canvas holds that bow beautifully.
That
and
is
that was just so
gorgeous.
simple, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
you know, it looks like I've measured the
It looks beautiful. It's beautifully pleated. I really like that. And you could put that on all sorts of bags, couldn't you?
You could pop a little popper on the back of it. and you know, do it so you can have it detached.
I want bows on everything from now on, Cara.
Oh, definitely.
Everything.
Definitely, definitely.
Fab, great.
So
Bow made.
that's
tick.
how you do the bow. And then the handles, again, no stiffening, no interfacing or anything through there. Ooh, don't know what I've dropped, but
Clanger.
I don't know, I might need it, whatever it was, I might need to go on the floor. She is so good at taking you back to the techniques and
Yeah.
everything. So here's the instructions for the fabric straps. You know, you either have an open-ended strap or a closed-end strap. This particular bag uses an open-ended one. So you'll cut your fabric, you'll fold it in half, then fold the raw edges to the middle, fold that in half again, and then you'll stitch either side, top stitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a fixed shoulder strap,
It
isn't it?
is a
It's one
fixed
length.
one, yeah.
So do you measure yourself up or just go with the...
I think I would measure myself up. I did one to the actual measurements that Debbie suggested, but you could measure yourself up. You know, so if you like if you like a shorter bag, you can have a shorter bag. If you want an adjusted one, obviously on the website there's all the bits and pieces, all the bag hardware.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I'm off, Cara.
All right.
I'm off.
I'm going to find what I dropped.
I'm off.
Oh, it's a pen. It's okay.
Fab. So,
Okay,
shoulder
so
strap
Shoulder
made.
strap bow. The next one is the actual flap of the bag. And so this is the front of the flap. One of the pieces will have interfacing, the other one won't. So as I say, for this one, I did actually put H640, but you can use the bow saw or you can use like a medium weight interfacing would be quite good. So
Could you use quilt batting if you've got a bit of that?
oh yes, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you though. That softer flap is important for this because it's not a deep flap either, is
No.
it? It would be a bit sort of stiff and sticky outy if it
No,
was.
that's right. So we're going to attach one of the pieces. So you fit the slim half of the magnetic clasp. If I can show you, you have a thicker magnetic clasp and a thinner one.
Remember, these are included in your bundles. You don't have to buy a separate one, but they are available on their own if you want to multi-buy those. We've just got a few left.
So you've got a thick one and a thin one, and the thin one goes on the outer flap. So, and because there's no interfacing or anything like that, what you can do to strengthen the fabric, you're only going to measure an inch from the bottom, and you can see that I've made a mark on there. I'm going to actually...
So is that dead centre?
Yes. So I found the centre, and I have... I did this all about a week or so ago because I went away.
Yeah.
So I've come back and I thought, oh, great, I've actually marked it on the right side.
Oh, cool. You wouldn't know though, would you? Because it's right where there's a little tiny
I
spot
know,
on
I
the
know, but again,
fabric.
it's the centre of the circle. So what I want to do is, if you've got a little square of the interfacing, what we can do is just press that into position.
Okay.
So it doesn't move.
Is it like a scrap of H640?
Yes, yeah. But you can use anything. You can, if you haven't got H640, you can use some of this because it's not going to be shown. So.
No.
I did actually mark it with the chalk pencil rather than the friction one because I didn't want it to disappear.
Well, you did better than me. I marked something up the other week with a friction pen and then ironed it, and of course everything was gone. Yeah, quite.
I have to think twice before I do something like that.
Yeah.
So I've just ironed that on. As I say, it's just covering that, and then take a pair of very sharp scissors. I don't mind using my big scissors for this. You can use small ones, but it depends how sharp the points are. So I've made a mark. You will make a mark with what I would call a washer. I don't know if that's the technical term, but you can see that I've made a mark in the centre and then either side.
Oh, so you mark those little slots?
Yes. Yeah. Then I fold mine in half like that, and I do a little snip on either side. And then...
So the centre mark, don't snip?
Don't snip, yeah.
Okay.
And you want to be sure that you've actually snipped through the wadding as well.
Yep.
And then you place the washer. You can see that I actually, it's just off to one side, but it doesn't matter because I'll show you on the right
It's a
side.
circle, isn't
yes,
it, at the
exactly.
end of the day?
So then pop that over the top, and then you can either push it to the outside or push it to the inside.
Okay.
I put a bit of wadding so I wasn't scratching the table or scratching
Good
the...
tip.
Yeah.
Good tip.
Okay, so
And
that's in position. That's it.
Easy.
So the other part of the flap, we just pin that together, right sides together, and you're going to machine. And as I say, in the instructions it says go all the way round, leaving a turning gap. I actually am going to leave the full flap at the top as my turning part.
I'd do the same.
Yeah.
So what was it done as, like a full solid flap?
Yes.
Sewn all round?
Yes.
And then how did you attach it?
Then I just matched up the edges and then machined it, but it was very thick.
So on the original one, it's inserted into that back seam. It's not sewn across the back or anything like that?
No.
Gosh, I wonder why you do it as a fully turned.
I know.
Interesting.
Anyway, so I'm going to do some machining. I'm just going to double check her seam allowance. Pretty sure.
It's always worth, isn't it, whenever
Yeah.
you're doing a new pattern, reading everything through a few times, just to be clear on instructions, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's 1/4 of an inch. Can't find it at the moment. I'm going to do 1/4 of an inch. Going to be rogue.
Do it.
I've actually got a walking foot on here. You don't have to have a walking foot. You can manage it without. So, and then just make sure that you're going to machine all the way across.
So you're machining sides and bottom seams?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would say is just be careful when you come to the actual snap. So you don't want to have it too close to where you're going to be stitching, but because it's 1/4 of an inch and you're an inch, you know, it's up an inch,
Yes.
it should be okay.
Yeah.
So pivot at the bottom.
The book that's on screen, by the way, is Debbie Shaw's Build a Bag book and template. This is the satchel version. This is the book that Cara's working from. You can get that for $12.99. But remember, we've got a very special offer today. If you buy one of each of the books, backpacks and satchels, or two of the same book, and check out in the same transaction, you'll save yourself 15% on your purchase price. But that offer is only valid until midnight. Remember, you get the plastic templates included in the book, so you're going to mix and match those throughout the 15 different projects. And there's 15 satchels and 15 backpacks in the other book, so loads of value, really good value.
So I'm just snipping the corners and then turn that through. And then that's your flap done. You can use, I don't know if I've got a turning tool. Ooh, yes.
Someone's been through our toolbox, haven't they? It's looking
I don't
very
know.
depleted.
Not me.
They've been tidied up and put into drawers, apparently.
Ah, so they're easier to find.
Wow. Only if you know they're in the drawers.
Yes, now you do.
Yeah, you're in the in crowd now, Cara. You're in the inner circle.
So you just pop that through. Now it's an option. You can either top stitch this or leave it top stitched. I think I left that one.
This one's top stitch.
Oh, is
very
it?
close, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then you can press that. I want to try and get on with a little bit more. So, so you would press that, and option to top stitch it or not. Depends, you know, personal choice really. So that's that one. So the next assembly is the actual main bag itself. So again, we want to, well, that's the top of the bag, sorry. You want to find the centre. Again, I've tried to do it so it's the centre of one of the circles, and I've got roughly half a circle either side. And then measure down, I think it's 3 inches. Yeah, 3 inches from the top. And again, with the washer, make a mark like that. And because you've got the bow saw through there, you don't need to add any extra.
Okay, fair enough.
So then we'll just do another snip. So we snip either side. And again, you want to make sure you go through the bow saw.
So you need a good pair of scissors, sharp to the
Good sharp
tip.
scissors, yes. And
This
then,
is always slightly nerve-wracking, isn't it, when you're cutting through?
I know. And you don't want to make it too big. I think that's the thing. You know, you're very much aware that you don't want it too big, but you can see that those little snips there, they've gone through the bow saw, and I'm able to put those, that thicker part of the snap. Pop the washer over the top again, press it down, and then... And it makes such a professional finish.
It does. It really elevates the bag, doesn't it?
So then you've got the other part.
Bosal in our form, single-sided fusible that Cara's using is on screen. $12.99. Sorry, a big pardon, $11.99. You're getting half a metre, and yeah, that pound's going in my retirement fund. You're getting a lot of Bosal in our form here. You're getting a half a metre. We reckon, Cara and I reckon, you'll get enough Bosal there to do 2 of these bags. Because remember, you're cutting the front and back and the gusset. But that's actually, if you want it in the front flap, you could use Bosal for that. But actually, you could use quilt batting, you could use H640 if you wanted. You could, I suppose you could even use a medium weight interfacing.
You certainly could. You know, it's entirely up to you what you want the finished effect of the bag to be.
Yep.
So I'm just pressing that at the moment. And as I say, it's personal choice if you want to top stitch or not. And to save a bit of time, I'm not top stitching, but I'm now going to assemble the flap. I'm just going to do a little line of tacking, long stitch, just to hold that fabric together. So we'll just whiz across there. You want that within the seam allowance. And if necessary, you can just trim.
I'm loving that spot fabric.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Really smart. Details are on screen for that, actually. It's the Mode is So Happy Natural Spot. And you're getting a metre of that, and then you're getting half a metre of the black cotton canvas to line your bag with, plus your magnetic snap for $21.99. That price.
Okay, so next stage is to attach the flap to the back. So we've already got the clasp on the front of that. So I need to just be aware that your flap is going to be narrower than your actual bag because you've got your seam allowance either side there. So we want to just place that and just have a think about where the flap's going to go. You don't want to do it that way because your clasp would be on the wrong side.
Got you. So outside of the flap against the outside of the bag back.
So sort of right sides together, I suppose. I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in there.
Got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's
Cara.
fine.
Brilliant, thank you.
Clear the stitch length, get it back down again. And then I'm going to just machine across there. It is very straightforward. You can see that, you know, it's not, it is just straight stitches.
Yeah, so
and
this could be a first bag project, couldn't it?
Certainly could, certainly could. So just make sure your raw edges are matching.
And how close to the edge are you there, Cara?
I'm a little bit further than the centimetre because I want to be sure that it's nice and securely attached, and also that I haven't got any of the stitching that I've already done showing. And see how easy it is to go through the Bosal?
Yeah,
So
it's so
that's
sweet. If you've never used it before, it's fantastic stuff, isn't it?
Really is. So I'm here on the instructions. So I've sewn the flap right sides together to the centre back of the satchel, and then you're sewing a side panel to each side of the front of the bag, right sides together. So I wanted to just talk you through that.
I like what you've done there with that spot fabric, where you've centred it on your gusset.
Oh,
that
right,
looks
yes,
lovely.
Yes, that was done deliberately.
Oh, yeah, obviously. That didn't happen by accident, but that does look really smart, doesn't it?
It does. So what I'm going to do is it's going to be either side. Now, with this, like with the poncho we did earlier, you're actually going to mark a centimetre. My words are getting muddled. So you're marking a centimetre from each side of the corner, and you're going to be stitching from that down to there, and the same on the other side.
Gotcha.
And that just makes it so much easier when you're putting the base in and the other side in. So I'm just going to machine that. The other thing that you'll be doing soon, once you've done this, is attaching the handles to the side.
Oh, right, okay. They're stitched in, aren't they?
Yes. Just move that pin. And clips are good for this as well, because now you've got your 2 layers of your bow saw, you've got your canvas, 2 layers of canvas. So this is where it's a little bit thicker. Just come back a bit.
So you're starting at that 1 centimetre dot,
Yeah.
and then 1 centimetre seam allowance all the way down.
Yeah. So even with all those thicknesses, this machine's going through it very
really
easily.
good.
Yeah.
And you just reinforce to you at either
Yes,
end? Okay.
just reversed. Going to do the same the other side. And I think I'm going to have to talk you through some of the other bits. See how we get on time-wise.
Now, Marilyn sent in a query. Brilliant demo. There is a spray that Debbie says will make the templates non-slip if you put it on the back of them.
Ooh.
It is not 505. It is not 505, Marilyn. You're absolutely right.
Oh.
Well, there's 2. Odif do 2 different sprays. The one I've always used for spraying on the back of a template is 404, which is a permanently repositionable spray. But Odif also do a non-slip spray now, and we also sell that. And you can spritz the back of a ruler or a template or something like that with that, and it will do the same job. You can do either Odif 404 or non-slip spray.
That sounds really useful.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Really useful.
And the 404 as well, if you get something like a piece of fabric, like a piece of calico or something, and just, pin it up on the wall or whatever, spritz that with the 404, and then you can use it as a really good design wall. Stick your bits of fabric up on, then peel them off, and it stays sticky.
Lovely.
Yeah.
But it doesn't transfer any of the stickiness onto the fabric.
Not to your fabric, no. And also with the rulers, like, it'll stay sticky for ages.
Yes.
But if you want to remove it, you just wash it and it just washes off.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good actually. Stops it slipping and miscutting when you're cutting lots of strips.
Gosh, that's really good.
Very good stuff.
Okay, you might wonder what I'm doing now.
I was wondering what you're doing now, Carlos. Are you packing up to go?
No.
Not so fast.
I am folding in the flap, because what I don't want to happen is when I'm sewing down the side, I get the flap caught.
True enough.
So fold it in. Don't worry, those folds will come out when you actually press the bag when it's finished. I just find it so much easier if you get those out of the way.
Great tip.
So we want right sides together, and just want to now again pop a couple of pins in. And I'm going to machine. How many minutes have we got left?
You have got 5,
Oh,
4.
bless you. 3, 2, 1.
Just while you're pinning, I was just going to very quickly show you. We've got the Odif sprays out. So there is this one right here, which is the 404. That's the permanently repositionable spray. So you can use this on the back of rulers to make them non-slip. It keeps that sort of slight tackiness to them. That's that one, oops, right there. That's your permanently repositional. This is also really good. This does say for paper, but I've used it very successfully. And you can use it on the back of a ruler. Or then there's this stuff. This is the non-slip coating. Okay, and this is the one that can be used glass, wood, plastic, carpet.
Oh.
There we go. Just having a little read. Just having a little read there.
Just broke the needle, sorry.
Okay. There are some more needles actually. Just
Don't know whether we've got time. I might just talk you through.
Oh yeah, no worries. Talk us through it.
Yeah,
It's not a
sorry about
problem.
that. I was it's because I was rushing. If you don't rush, you won't break your needle. And you maybe need to make sure. I think this was the needle that I had in the previous hour.
They're quite fine.
I need to have a bit of a stronger needle.
Yeah.
So I was just going to machine down both sides there. This is the top of the bag, and then because you've done your centimetre from the corners, this makes this so much easier for putting this inside.
Got you.
So you'll open it up and it's just so much easier. I usually find that I machine from that dot to that dot and stop rather than pivot.
Oh, me
then
too.
I start again.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that will insert your base, and then you will attach the handles. So the handles will go right sides together, and you want to make sure that the handles are inside the bag and aren't twisted. So you'll attach those.
You know, that was the thing that got me so confused when I started making bags. The whole kind of inside, lining something, where the flap goes. But a project like this really spells it out, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So you'll have your handles in like that.
Yeah.
You've already attached the base. You make the lining in exactly the same way as your outer bag. The only difference is that you leave a large gap at the bottom, and that's for turning through.
Got you.
And then let's just unpin that and show you. Sorry, we haven't had time to, but I wanted to show you sort of the harder parts of it. Even the harder parts aren't that bad.
No.
That's where I broke the needle. Just snip that. So the bow itself, once you've assembled everything, will go on the front of the flap, and you can position it again about an inch, and you want to make sure that it is centrally placed.
Yeah.
But then you'll hand stitch that, or you can add a popper or something like that, so it's removable. Only thing with a popper is that you'll be left with something showing, so the other part of the popper. Even if you put Velcro, you'd have Velcro showing.
Yeah, but you could. I don't know if it would be possible. I'm just thinking whether you could do something like a covered button on a little pad of fabric that also had the other side of a popper on, and then you could take the bow off and then just put like a covered button.
Yes.
As a sort of simpler. You could experiment.
Or you could play around with it, but then there you go. So
It
that's
looks
what it was
absolutely gorgeous in that
look
spotty
like when
fabric.
it's done, and with the straps as well.
That
So
is smart.
looks really pretty.
It is gorgeous. Cara, thank you ever so
That's
much.
quite right. Sorry about breaking a needle as well.
Hey, the person who never broke a needle never made
I
nothing.
know.
Well
Should
done.
have changed it beforehand. All right.
Thank you for that. Brilliant.
That's okay.
Now, the book that we're working from is the Build a Bag book and template from Debbie Shaw, and it's the Satchels version. It's £12.99. You get 15 projects inside, plus that template, multi-use template. You use that throughout for all the projects, different parts. There are just loads of different ways of combining those shapes, different fabrics, different fastenings that end up giving you so many different looks, all for £12.99. It's brilliant value, wonderfully clear, brilliantly written as always. Our Deb knows what she's doing. Really is a super addition to your bag making collection. £12.99, get it while you can. Remember, you can buy 2 of those, get 15% off. Now, all of the bundles are underneath us on the web. If you go to watch live, you'll see them all underneath. Have a look through those. We've also got some other options in cotton canvas if you want to build your own little bundle together. Don't forget your bosal. You'll need a ½ metre cut of that. It's £11.99 for a ½ metre. We reckon you'd get about 2 of these bags out of the bosal in our form. Enjoy that. Lots of different canvas options too. We're going to go to a short break. I will see you after a little break.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
It was a little bit disconcerting then. I was watching the television, watching a couple watching me on the television. I think I might have been wearing the same shirt as well. I need to go shopping, clearly. Welcome back to our last hour here on Sewing Street. It's great to have your company, and thanks for staying with us all morning. Now, in this next hour, we're going to be having a really in-depth look at the Juki UX8 sewing machine, and we've got a fabulous video presentation from our Gary. It's a Christmassy video, I'll be honest. There is a Christmas tree in the background, but today let's just call it an Easter tree. Let's call it a spring tree. Now, Juki's sewing machines have not yet gone up in price. We're on borrowed time. I feel absolutely confident in saying that. all prices are having to go up across the board for, well, everything, I think, aren't they? But Juki at the moment have kept the machines the same price. So take advantage of this time, learn a little bit more about the Juki sewing machine with Gary, and I'll be back after this.
Gary is in the building. Woo! He's not in enough, is he, our Gary? There he is. Look, he's still busy.
Good morning.
Wave. There he is.
Afternoon, everybody.
You're not in enough, Gary. We don't see you enough.
I know, and I do apologise. I'd love to be here more, but as we all know at the moment, it's still stock availability.
Yeah? Oh, it's still an
we're still
issue.
getting pulled around, obviously, on what we've got. So
Yeah.
no, when I can, I come up and see you when I can, and I always bring something nice with me.
Well, no,
So-
exactly. And also, you're in time for Christmas. That's the main thing. And this machine... Now, Gary's normally here for 2 hours. Excuse me. And, I'm going to have to drink a water. Gary's normally here for 2 hours. He's only here for 1 hour today, so I'm not going to be as noisy as I normally am. He's just got one machine with him, but boy, oh boy, is it the ultimate of sewing machines. It is fantastic. You know about Juki quality. You know about everything. Well, you're going to find out now as well, but it is a fantastic machine. Now, look, it's £3,495. I understand a considered purchase. When you see what it does, right? You are going to love it, right? Now, look at the split pay. 5 split pay of £699. You paid that today, £699. Obviously, you pay 4 more afterwards, but we send it to you. So if you buy it today, Gary's team will get an email tomorrow saying, Mrs. Miggins from Manchester has just bought this. He will ship it straight out because we're only allowed to sell what are on our shelves at the Juki warehouse in Essex, aren't we?
Exactly.
And we only have a limited number of this bundle, and because of availability and things like that. And also, like Gary says, who knows what's going to happen in the new year now? Whether we're going to be able to get stock, prices. We've seen prices of everything going up. Right today, you'd pay your £3,495, but you're going to get over £300 worth. You're not going to save it in cash, but you're going to get it in all the bundle that Gary has put together for you today. So if you've got any questions, you can email them in or send them in on Facebook Live, and I'll shout them at Gary as we're going along. But I literally want him to show. Oh, here you go. Very quickly, this is what the bundle holds, right? Twin thread stand, shank adapter, free motion foot, 10 bobbins, and they're £249.80 plus a sew set combining a binder foot, button sew foot. That's £59.95. So if you add £249.80 and £59.95, you got well over £300 there, haven't you? Hang on, £249.290. Yeah, just over £300. Right, so I promised I wouldn't talk very much. I know it's going to find it difficult. But Gary, why should we buy this machine?
Right, well, we brought the lovely Kiri, the UX8, back with me on here. The lovely nice thing, as you can see, big arm. 12-inch arm, 30 centimetres on there. So it's the biggest non-embroidery system arm on the market there. But it's that typical Juki quality. Even though we've made this a bit bigger, a bit flashier, a bit more to play with, a bit more fun, the sewing side we've kept to our typical mechanical sewing system on there. So box feed, rotary system, smooth, fast and powerful. And as people sort of, again, as we appreciate as well, engineering that sound, that quality, the smoothness. So I'm using it all with the start-stop button, and we've got that perfect speed control on the machine. As you can hear, or maybe not hear in this case, obviously I can then graduate the speed. I've got perfect control over the machine on there. And we can see on the screen here, we can see exactly what it's doing
it's just
as the stitches is going through. As it's going through as well, I can elongate the stitch length, make it longer and shorter, all as we're sewing. And we can see on the screen as well, you can see
Can we get close on the screen?
all the
Emma,
graphics
please?
are changing on there.
Right,
so you can see exactly what we're doing.
She'll come to the screen. You have to turn it round, Gary, I think, so we can... It's going to go off the
there.
end.
And right on the end, but again, 100% jam-proof, fully self-lubricating.
Okay, hang on, before we do that, let's just... Oh.
So
there you go.
So we can see on the screen there. So as I alter the stitch length, as you can see, it's changing size on screen.
Yeah.
So again, it's true graphics.
Thanks, Emma.
And then when I start actually to sew, and then as you will see, it will then start producing or feeding the pattern through. So the nice thing about that, if we are actually then producing any of the decorative creative patterns, we can see exactly what point it is.
Yes, exactly.
And alter it as we're going as well.
Perfect.
So that's the nice thing, having that screen around to play with on there.
Now, the important thing to say is that side of the machine It's mechanical,
It's
isn't it?
completely mechanical. That's the one thing here at Juki. Same as all our industrial machines as well. No computerisation in the feed system, the hook system, even the actual mechanical pressure system as well. Even though we've got the auto foot lift on here with the electronics, to have a sort of bit of automatic on it, it's still connected to a full mechanical system. So again, very, very important to us on that sewing side. Obviously, it's nice to have all the swings and roundabouts, but if you take away that quality performance, it's not good for anybody.
There's absolutely no point in having it if it doesn't sew nicely. You can have every gizmo going, can't you? But if it doesn't sew nicely, there's absolutely no point. But if it doesn't make our life more enjoyable to sew, then there's no point having it. So that side is all mechanical, and then you've done all the swings and roundabouts on this side.
And have the fun side on
Jenny
here.
Jackson says hello, by the way.
Oh, hello, Jenny. So,
Right.
what we have got, see, at the moment, we've got it just switched the machine on. Obviously, I've just taken it out of the box, so nothing is set. Everything is just press, see what you want, press start, and away you go on there. So the idea now with the UX8, we can completely tailor make it to our type of sewing. Whatever sewing we're doing, using the screen on the front to do single individual tailor making, or we can actually go into the machine and then set the machine up to exactly how we want it on here. So the nice thing about it is, say, just for instance, the brightness. So obviously working with glasses, maybe bifocals, working under these studio lights, which are fantastic, which not everybody's got on there. So what we can actually do is go in and change then the light. So we can alter the light up and down, so we can graduate, or we can see that on there, so that's lighter, darker. Also, we can turn how warm we want it as well. So I just turn it right up on there, and if we look at that, we can take the warmth down, we can take it up, so we can take the LED brightness down, and then take it to...
So you can customise it to exactly how you want it.
Exactly your room, and again, as we know, matching in colours, sewing in there, but obviously strain on the eyes as well. So we can tailor make that to exactly how we want it on there, just nice and bright. So we can then go in and play around with the sounds on there to turn it upside down, because what we have also got built into it as well is we can then download instructional videos on there. So we can actually connect it to the internet. On there. So we've got YouTube built into it, we've got instructional videos. So if I just go into here at the moment and press instructional video, what we have then got is the whole instruction manual in video format as well.
So is it like your phone? When you get it home, it will ask you to plug in your Wi-Fi code? So you double it up, or I'll give my code away. But you put that in, and then it picks up like your mobile phone or your iPad does.
Literally, I walked into the office this morning, obviously unpacked the machine, put in your Wi-Fi code here, and this is what we're working from at the moment.
Okay, and then literally, so that's YouTube with all your Is it YouTube?
This at the moment is all the instructional videos actually built into it.
Oh, okay.
But then what we can do is say go on to YouTube, and then let's just say, for instance, we can then say, look, put in...
Remember where you are now.
Yes. I'm never going to live that one down, am I? Never going to live it down.
I'll tell you later.
So, Sewing Street there. And obviously we've got Sewing Street Live, so I'm going to choose it off the menu. Let's just press that. And here we go, Sewing Street Live. And then we can download. Obviously we...
Oh, there he is.
There we go. So we can get all sorts of live videos on here, instructional videos. Obviously, if we're not sure how to do something halfway through sewing, we can just go to the videos and look.
You can hear it and everything.
With that delay on there.
Oh, yeah. So, but that, you don't have to. Now, you can't sew and watch at the same time.
No, you can't. Again,
which is like driving. You don't want to be
the
watching
safety features on there. Also, you don't want. And also, you say we all know if you're suddenly concentrating something like this, and you then start looking at the screen, you're naturally going to.
Yes, exactly.
You do this.
Now,
as well
the instructional
on there.
videos. What are they? What kind of things are they then? Are they just how to use the machine?
How to use the machine, how to actually then different types of sewing as well.
Yeah.
So again, we can go on to there. So if we're not quite sure, then how to put in, say, for instance, an invisible zip.
Yeah.
We could then just type in.
Oh, Rebecca needs that. She hates putting in invisible zip.
It is one of those things that can be a little bit tricky, but once you've done it,
so
it's great.
Not just things to do with the actual sewing machine. It's things to actually. So if you don't have to put in an invisible zip, you can look up, and it's an instruction on how to do it.
And then how to insert an invisible zip on there. So it gives you a live instruction manual for whatever your needs are. But obviously a complete instruction manual, as well as obviously a nice book as well. It still comes with your nice book there.
So all of that book's in there as well.
All of it's ultimately built in. And the nice thing with that as well, if I just go then home and then...
Has it got a coffee machine on it as well?
Well, that's the thing, is it will allow you more time to go and make yourself a coffee, and you can watch a video then while you're doing it as well. So you have got that. So what we can then do is I go back to the settings on here. So once we go in and sort of start tailor making the machine, as we say, for the different types of settings, we can go in and we have then got a full instruction manual built into the screen as well. So as well as a hard copy, so you can zoom in, you can then choose parts out of it. So again, it allows you to go that lot more in depth with how to use the machine, what's the machine's involved in.
How often you get something new, you flick through it when it's new, you then put it in the manual drawer, or you don't know where you put it.
It's in that safe place somewhere.
And then you're sitting at your machine thinking, oh, I've got to get up, go and find the manual. You can just look it straight up in the machine.
Literally look it straight up on the machine. So again, no, you have to worry about that again on there.
Brilliant.
So it is so fantastic actually building a machine to how you want to sew. And obviously in here we do have a history button as well. Obviously it's a brand new machine, so at the moment I can't show you, but at the end of the show I'll show you again what we've been doing, because it will automatically give you the 10 set favourite stitches.
Oh, wow.
Not just how the stitch is, but how you've set it, i.e. needle up, needle down, thread trimmers, etc. that way.
Excellent.
So what we're going to do is we're just going to go back to normal sewing. So at the moment we've just been doing straight stitch on there with nothing automatically set into it. I'm just going to cut the thread there, and then we lift the foot up, and I'm going to start from the scratch on here.
Right.
So what we can do is now tailor-make the machine. So at the moment we're on straight stitch, as we said, so I can actually get it to tie it on at the beginning, so it'll do a forwards and back stitch, or I can actually have it so it stitches on the spot. Difference usually if you're doing patchwork and quilting, you want a single stitch, obviously reverse stitch for dressmaking, etc. that way, or we can turn it off. And then at the end, I'm going to get it to automatically tie off at the end.
Okay.
I want it to automatically lift the presser foot when I've finished as well,
right.
And I want it to cut the threads when I've finished as well. So now when I press start, here we go, forwards, back, forwards. And if you notice that, it was off the cloth, it's sewed on the cloth, off the cloth and on, and it won't jam up, it won't pull the threads down.
Excellent.
Then we can just take it, obviously we can speed the control to how we want it. Obviously we're in a very small stitch length at the moment, so I can just take that up a little bit as we're going as well. And once we get to the end of the seam, all I do is press the reverse button once, it will stop, it will reverse, it will forward, it will finish, cut the threads, needle up and foot up. So I just have to take it out.
So you press the reverse button, not the green start stop button?
No, the start stop button will literally just start stop it.
Okay.
The reverse button and the point button above it is an activation button.
Okay, perfect.
So I can use it as a manual reverse if I want to, or basically I can tell the machine when I want it to finish.
do all the settings that you set
literally
up
what
and
we just
everything,
set on there.
Brilliant.
And now that's set in there, even when we've now changed and go to different stitches, if I go back to that stitch within the history, it will memorise all the settings exactly how we do it. So
perfect. Oh, wow.
So when we're swapping between projects, we haven't got to stop and think, what did I do there?
Yes.
We can just go into the history of the machine, so which is fantastic that way
yeah.
on there. So, and that's obviously just the nice thing, how simple and direct the screen is. So a lot of people, when you start looking at computerised machines, you think, oh, am I going to get put off? I have problems using my phone, I lose this, lose that.
Yeah.
It's not an open memory machine, i.e. I can't upload and download within the normal sewing situation. Obviously I can download videos, etc. that way, but when you're on the normal sewing, it will not allow you to do anything wrong. As you say, we've got the start stop button which will turn colour, so we know when it's right, and if it's not happy, the machine.
So at the moment,
colours
it's
as
not
well.
letting you do anything because it's on red.
That's it, and so we press that, it will then come up on screen exactly what we've done. If I just press that, I think it's a bit quick to miss the screen there.
Yeah.
So lower presser foot. So again,
even something as simple as that, it won't let you sew because your press foot's not
That's
down.
it.
And
Well,
it tells you why on the screen what's wrong.
Exactly, because you can sit there thinking, why is it not sewing?
Yeah,
So
which
no,
is-
that's step-by-step instructions, which is what we want as well, especially when it's a new machine as well, when we're thinking of other things.
Of course it is, yeah.
It's, again, you know you're not going to damage it at all. It's going to be very, very difficult to make any mistakes, and you certainly can't misprogram it at all, so which is nice there. So, say, just getting on and going is just easy, and then to have some fun with it is easy as well. So all I did then was press the pattern number, 001, which takes us straight into the memory. So there's different ways we can play around and get the different stitches on it. I can just use the screen, and I can then scan up and down exactly through by page, so nice and simple, so we've got it all there in front of us.
Right.
But then the other way of doing it is I look up and I can choose a stitch number, using the 3 dials now when I'm on the stitch
Oh,
patterning.
hang on, let's where the 3 dials.
So at the
and
bottom
just
of
coming
the
down to
mean
that
here.
there.
So this will take us up and down in
yeah.
this. So we can see the 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay,
there.
yeah.
Middle one would take us in the tens.
Yeah.
And then the end one would take us in the single
ones,
digits on
yeah.
there as well. So we can do a direct program.
Are there different zones, or will it just? Would you have to choose a different zone?
On this one, you can actually go in and program then each number from any of it, because all of them, even though it's got different zones in, every pattern has an individual number still.
Fine.
So you can go directly to a zone. So for instance, across the top here, so I want to then go straight into like the vintage setting.
Right.
I can go straight into there, and then it will then start with that group of numbering.
But if you don't know what zone you're looking for, you can just scroll through it and have a look.
Exactly,
have a, look at
and
them
have
all
a
again.
play, have a fiddle, and
But
that's
does that
the nice
mean
thing
then
about it.
there's more than 500 stitches then?
Built into it, you say you've got about 700 stitches to play around with, plus alphabets, plus you can do the creativity side as well.
Okay, so hang on, the 700 doesn't include the alphabets?
No.
So it's 700 stitches.
Of variations of stitches.
Yeah,
This is
variations,
it,
yeah, of course.
on there.
And then alphabets.
You got then basically you got 4 English alphabets on there,
Right.
and you got then sort of Chinese and Japanese lettering built into
Okay,
it as well.
yeah.
So and obviously with nice thing with those as well, you can build patterns and lettering and numbering together to make up bigger designs, obviously motifs, labels, etc. that way. So which is
Fantastic.
really nice. So now all I do is when I do this one, choose a different stitch just by touching again the stitch you want. So this is now come on to a cross stitch design.
Right. So now the blue circles,
Yeah.
are they the settings that you put in earlier
That-
about go backwards, forwards, lift the foot and cut the thread? They stay there, do they?
They kind of do.
Okay.
Yeah, so what it's done, it's automatically left the thread cutter on, and it's also then the auto foot raise.
Yeah.
But because of the type of embroidery stitch it is, it knows it doesn't want to do a reverse stitch because
Right.
it's going to be quite big. So it's
Oh.
automatically turned the tie on and off into a single point. So now when we start this,
Oh, so it does it for you?
it did this for me because it knows I want to tie on and off, but
Yeah.
it won't want to do it in a reverse stitch. It
Of
wants to do
course
it in
you
a
don't,
single
yeah,
point.
yeah.
So again, it knows the stitch, so it won't allow it to look.
Okay.
'Cause it won't.
So
it
now I'm
won't
sewing
actually do-
along,
Yeah.
that side thing, oh, I need it bigger than that,
That's it. So
or
again,
smaller, whatever.
smaller, wider. I can then take it down as we can see on screen. Then I can taper it all as I'm sewing as well. And this is a nice thing about playing around with designs as you go. You're not stuck. You're not restricted to what it is on there. And then when I get to the end, I can just press the reverse button again because it's going to tie it off on the spot.
Yeah.
Stop, needle up, foot up, and it's cut the thread. So again, we can just take this out.
So it automatically knows on which stitches it can reverse and which stitches it can't
Exactly
reverse.
it. Yep. So it looks after again. It protects you. It protects itself that way as well, which is really nice.
And do we need to change the? I know I'm going to start jumping all over.
Please
the place
do,
now.
yeah,
The
come
foot
here.
plate. Do we need to change the plate for different things?
Not at all.
Oh.
So at the moment we've got it set with our utility machine, so
Right.
that means I can do absolutely everything I want on
Right.
there. So on there, so you got all your buttonholes, your overlocking, your hemming, your creative stitching, and things.
We'll
like
go
that.
through the feet in a second.
So,
but,
absolutely.
So because on a lot of machines you have to go. There's 3 different needle plates you have to keep swapping. and changing.
Exactly it. Well, I'm not saying we haven't got that. I'm just saying I see it on there. So at the moment, obviously, we've got a really nice multi-function utility machine.
Yeah.
But again, with Juki's, we're renowned for our industrial quality, our industrial technology. And as you say, there's other machines out there with needle plates on there, which I can flick a little lever, or you can change the plate.
Yeah.
And it will then change the plate from a zigzag gap to a straight stitch
Yes,
gap.
yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the zigzag plate. So you get the tool with it, and it's just in the front of the machine. All you do is it just pops in, and it then just clips up. And if you can hear that.
I thought that was your phone.
That was
Gary.
I shouldn't have that in here, should I? So no, it was a nice little sound to tell me what I'm doing. So as we can see on there, it's told me to set the throat plate because I am now removing the throat plate. So if I take this off and let's have a look at the throat plates.
Okay, now the machine has completely switched itself off now, hasn't it? I mean, the light's still, but you can't do anything. If you started pressing the go button, there's
Literally everything is now
nothing.
frozen.
Yeah.
So on
the
there.
lights are on, but you
no one's home, as we like to say on that, definitely. So now I've taken the plate off, and you say with some machines you get an interchangeable plate. You just click a zigzag plate on, or a straight stitch plate, or flick a little switch on there. But what it doesn't change is the feed system.
Right.
So you've still got a wide feed system in with multi-layers of teeth and things like that. So when you want to gain that perfect straight stitch, you want that performance to be as straight as contact as possible on there. So if you've got something which again will allow your fabric to move sideways, then again it's going to be very difficult to get a perfect straight stitch. Obviously we all know how good the straight stitch is, but sometimes you want it to be that little bit extra.
You need to be that
work you're
professional.
doing. That,
yeah, exactly.
This is it. And this is why when you look at industrials as well, just straight stitch, that's all they do is straight stitch.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not just the needle plate, it's a specific type of feed system, etc. that way. So Juki being Juki, and obviously on that side of it. So with your zigzag needle plate, which is this one here, as we can see, you've got a 7 point
come in on that. That's right.
on there. So you've got many, many holes around the zigzag plate. And then you've got the gap for your needle there, and that's a 7mm gap.
Right.
So on there. So we now have a look at the straight stitch needle plate. As you can see, it's now got 3 lines for the teeth.
Yeah.
And obviously they're long travel teeth as well. So what that will do, it'll give you better movement, forward performance instead of less twisting from side to side. And as you can see, we've now got a single dot for your needle plate straight stitch on there. So we know it's not going to pull any fabrics down, it's less chance of puckering, etc. that way. So we've taken that one step further. So I'm just going to take the feet off. Just press a little button and that clips off, to be fair, same as a lot of machines do now. But what we have got now is this feed system. So we can see in here where my finger is. I'm just going to pop that up, like so, and that then just clips off.
Right.
So we have now...
So that's the feed system that works with the other plate then?
That's it. That's your multi-teeth feed system, so multi-point feed system in there. So we're going to take it down now to then our straight stitch feed.
Right.
So take that one away.
Yeah.
So now we're going to pop that into place.
And it just pops in?
Literally in, clicks into place.
Oh, okay.
As simple as that. No screwdrivers, no fiddling around at all on there. And again, the machine will recognise what you're doing. So now we're going to put our straight stitch needle plate on. So literally just goes in, left hand side, and then just clicks into place.
Yeah.
Again, it's recognised it now. So we're happy with that. We're going to set that. So the machine itself now, if I press pattern number, where before it gives us the complete
700
list
or
up,
something,
now it's going to give us 3.
Oh, okay, because
That is
that's
it,
all
because
you
we
can
can't
do.
left-right movement. We can only go forwards and back.
So it
on
means
there.
you can never ruin the machine by accidentally putting a zigzag in, and then the whole system, well, not just breaking your needle, the whole thing would jar, wouldn't it?
Well, I think a lot of us at home, we've accidentally left them over a zip foot on or an overlock foot, and we haven't moved on needle, and suddenly bang, it makes a horrible noise. Obviously, it can damage the machine with timing.
Well, I was going to say, it breaks the needle automatically, like Kat was just saying, but also it's that thumping down on a piece of metal. And obviously, it can't be doing any good.
It's not doing any good with your needle bar at all
No.
on there. It's putting a lot of strain through that, absolutely. So obviously it takes all of that out of the equation.
Do you have to use a special foot then for that?
So again, I can use my normal feet if I want to, and we have got a selection of different feet. And this is the good thing, what I'm going to show you on here as well.
We've got lots of questions for you, but we'll do this first and I'll put some
So
questions in.
we've got our standard straight stitch foot
Yeah.
on here. We've also then got our 1/4 inch foot as well.
Yeah.
So it's got the guide on there, and then we've got our patchwork foot. So we should give you a 1/4 inch guiding left and right.
So that's the 1/4 inch foot without the...
Without the guide. So more for the piecing, that
yeah.
style on there. But what if you have noticed, I don't know if you can notice this in the back, we have got a gap in the back of each of these feet.
Right.
And the right thing, what we can also now do, is I'm going to put the foot on. So I'm going to line it up underneath into the bar. As I haven't chosen a stitch on there. Let's do that one again. So literally just click the foot into place. So now we've turned it into a straight stitch machine with a straight stitch foot on. So the feed perfectly is the same size as the bottom of the foot. But the idea now is we've got a built-in dual feeding system, or smart feeding system, or walking foot, as some people saw it.
There's no walking. It's in the back of the machine.
It's not an attachment. You have to screw on and adjust. And the great thing with that, as you've noticed now, I can just click it with a straight stitch foot, but also it will work with my other feet as well. So if I'm zipping, inserting, if I'm then patchwork and quilting, anything like that, I can still use the dual feeding system with those feet.
Exactly, but Kat was just saying her walking foot, and the same with my machine. It's a big clumpy thing. You have to unscrew.
That's it.
And I'm not dissing it because it's part of the machine.
It does a job.
It's not. It does the job brilliantly, but you do have to unscrew, put it on, screw it on, and it's a big bolt, and you have to make sure that the bar is above the thingy. Otherwise, because my next door neighbour, Chris, she's brilliant, right? I can say, my walking foot doesn't work. My walking foot doesn't. She went, John, you have to have this little... I didn't know that when it was first new. I've got a few questions for you, Gary, before you start stitching on that. So Karen said, is the machine a category D and can only Juki feet be used?
Right, well, there's all the different types of sort of categories, and it depends what manufacturer you go to. There's category A, B, C, D. Even within the same manufacturer, they will use different fittings.
Fine.
Is because this one having the smart jaw feeding system, it is a high fitting shank.
Right.
So to go with most categories is like a low fitting
Yeah,
shank
yeah.
on there. But part of the actual offer we're doing is we're putting a shank adapter.
Which we'll talk about in a second.
Which we'll talk
Also,
about
I think
there.
what she's also missing is like on Elna, we're going to be honest, right? On an
Yeah.
Elna, if you buy 550, 560, 570, that's category B. You
Yeah.
can only buy category B things, fit it. And then you go to the 680, 780, that's a category D. So, and it's basically what fits what. Do you know what I mean? You can't put those on that, and you can't put those
No,
on
that's
that.
right.
So it's sort of the same. We're saying you only buy Juki machines, and when you buy something, you say, this is the machine I've got, these are the feet you need to buy.
Exactly.
Having said that, when you see how much you get with this machine, I doubt you'll ever need to buy another
You
foot,
get
to
a
be-
large
to-
amount
to
of
be
attachments
honest
with
about
it, absolutely.
Right,
on
was there
there.
another question very quickly? Right, very quickly, and then we'll move on to the... I always have trouble with tension on my machine. Can Gary show us how this machine deals with that? Celia.
Brilliant, excellent question on that. Again, this is that we see this over time and time again where the tensions are thrown out, and a lot of time with people when they're sort of using different types of threads and things like that, the machine doesn't balance it correctly because it hasn't got even tension, or there's certain fabrics you put through it and it just doesn't like it, either it pucking or gathering. A lot of time it's not actually to do with the tension. Certainly when you're using the different fabrics, is because it's the thread that runs through the tension rather than the fabric. So if you get a good balanced thread, even thread top and bottom, a good machine should keep it balanced whatever on there. And whether I'm using heavyweight or lightweight fabrics, an even tension should be an even tension. So it shouldn't really matter what fabrics, but as we all know, there's a lot of differences between some machines coping with certain fabrics.
yeah.
But as we like to prove it, Juki, and obviously they're one of those things I mainly get on with, I've got loads of fabrics with me. We don't just sit and play on calico, is because, you know, I will pick any piece of fabric up and then away we go on here. So at the moment, I've got 3 layers of denim. I'm just going to sew straight through it, just give me my side seam.
Right.
So obviously this is nothing special, nothing too heavy.
Well, no, some machines would struggle with that, though.
And you would say just flat fabrics, you'd say some machines, you say within sort of the lower region again will struggle, bang and things like that. And you would hope it will get to a slightly higher level with 3 layers of denim. Shouldn't be
okay,
too much of an issue.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cut the threads there, finish it, again the foot lift automatically. But what the difference is just say you've got your jean trouser legs on there, etc. So if you want to do a jeans hem, then you've got your fold, but obviously a jeans hem is a double fold.
Yeah.
So we're going sort of 3, 6, 9, 6 layers of denim on there. So we've got quite a really heavy bulk on there. So with most machines, that's when machines will often break needles, bang.
Or jump stitch,
strains
you'll be
them.
going along and then you'll get to the fat bit and the machine will just do one great big stitch, goes over the whole lot, and you just end up with like a 3/4 of an inch stitch, don't you?
That's exactly it, and it sort of, and again, it's that performance on there. So you either got to unpick it, which then marks your fabric, or you put up with it. So what we should be able to do is, no matter what piece of fabric, as soon as you've got to start helping the machine and you start pushing fabrics through it, you know your machine really doesn't want to take it. So what we're going to do, just going to press start. So again, just that auto tie on. So it's just going to feed through now. I'm not pushing it, I'm just keeping it flat. So it goes through, it's going in through 3, up to 9, down to 6. Again, it doesn't change the sound, doesn't bang, doesn't murmur.
That's amazing. And how many machines do you have to hand crank it over that bit as well, just to kind of get it to go through? Got a quick question from Anne, did you say? Oh, Anna, right, here you go very quickly. Can I use my old Elna bobbins in a Juki?
Right, again, Elna themselves will, well, a bit of history here. It was obviously, you go back, you've got an original Swiss Elna, which obviously have changed now. Absolutely not, because they were unique just to those type of Elna machines.
Right.
If you've got a later Elna, it depends whether it's I'm going to use a CB bobbin case, so which is then definitely a no. That's like a front loading bobbin.
Yeah.
A rotary bobbin, which is then top loading on there. If it's a deep fill rotary bobbin, then yes, it will.
Yeah.
So again, there's no straight answer.
No, but this is the advice I always give, Anna, is I always say, because I've got obviously 2 machines at home, I've got my Elna and everything, I only use Elna bobbins on an Elna, and when I'm here, I only use the Juki, the bobbins that Gary's left for us on the Juki, only because I just think that's what they're made for. By all means, try your Elna ones. If you get this, just by all means try your Elna ones. But
In a minute, you're going to see. In fact, we should get onto that in a second, because I want you to know not only what you get as the free gift, but what you get as standard on this machine, because we could be here for an hour just talking about the feet and everything you get. But before we do that, we've only got 20 minutes, so I won't be talking about it for an hour. But
right.
what's Gary doing then?
So again, going back to that performance level and what we sort of say about different types of fabrics, because again, having lots to play with is nice, and obviously I'm a bit wary that we have only got 20 minutes left on there. So I do know the questions and queries is not usually about the decorative patterns, it's about how well does it cope with thicknesses of fabric, type of fabrics we can use, type of finishes. So I've gone to that jeans hem as we did here, so sort of up to 9 layers of denim, so not missed a stitch, not missed a beat. Crystal organza, 2 layers of crystal organza. Again, straight for one, so I don't touch anything. I open that up as well. As you can see, it's a perfect flat seam, it's not puckering it.
But also,
like
you've used the same needle, the same everything to go through that. If you're making jeans and then you went on to an organza, I'd then change my needle. But look how perfectly the same needle has gone through. Because you always say, don't you, it's more about the sharpness and the newness of the needle more than really the size, isn't it?
Again, with the quality of the machine, if you've got a good feeding system, a good sewing penetration with the needle, so the needle's not going to move, anything like that, everything I do and all the years we've been playing on the machines together and that, I have used a size 80, size 12 or 18 on that, on absolutely everything. But I change that needle very regularly on there. And to me, I don't use ballpoint. Again, I don't use heavyweight needles through thicker fabric. A strong machine with a sharp needle will give you top performance on
there you go. There you go.
Unless I'm specifically using heavyweight threads.
Then, then you have to.
Then no, I won't.
Yeah, so if you're doing one of your car seats and you want very heavy top stitching, then you'll change it to a heavy thread top stitch needle.
That's it, top stitch needle, that's it.
So what are you doing now then?
So this is velvet. Again, we pick up the awkward fabrics, the tricky fabrics on here. And we know with this, again, having a smart feed system in there, I've not adjusted anything again, we're straight through. So, crystal organza, denim, velvet. So, as you can see...
Because you've chosen to do black velvet.
On there, it's just it's really quite bad then, you know, because you see, perfect.
Perfect, it's not even there.
But as you see, there's
but also, the other thing about velvet is sometimes the presser foot is too heavy and it does like tram, so you stitch it and you think, oh, it's beautifully stitched, then you open it up and there's two
tram lines down there.
You've had your socks on, too long, and you've got those 2 lines going.
That's exactly it. And so the nice thing, obviously, having the smart system built into it, you've got the differential feed on here. So again, if you've got a slight bit of movement within the velvet, as we know, I can override that by going into the differential feed, which again is quite unique on the machine. So I can then alter the feed system. So on an overlocker, if we watch on here, on an overlocker you have the differential feed, which allows the front and back feed to move different. No sewing machines have got differential feed, but again with our smart system now built into it, we can alter the top feed to the bottom feed. So if we want to, there's sort of something little simple things where you can get it to cope then, let's really stretchy, horrible fabrics again you wouldn't normally use.
Sorry if you've got something at home made out of this.
No, it's horrible.
It's horrible.
Horrible to sew fabrics.
It's
beautiful, lovely,
Christmas
fluffy.
Pixie outfit, this one is.
That's all red and green.
Yeah,
this is lovely.
All ready for Christmas.
So, and then going in even to something like stretch fleece, that was really sewing machines generally you wouldn't touch. All I'm going to do is then alter the differential. Again, it's fabrics I know. If it stretches it, you can go from minus, so it contracts it to stop it from stretching. Or if I want it to gather, I can do automatic gathering as well.
Would you explain this in the instruction manual? Because I might not know which
exactly.
way to turn it.
That's exactly it. Well, it is always one of those things, because you've never had it before, it's going, how does it work? Instruction manuals there, obviously, online, on the tuition, actually built into the machine. Pick up the phone and speak to me.
Of course, because that's another thing you're very good at, the customer service, is when your Lando's on the phone every day to them, going, I can't thread a needle, I can't do this, can't do this, she expects everything. But so you just literally put the same through, that piece of fabric through, same stitch, everything like that?
Absolutely. All I've done is made it slightly longer, just a couple of millimetres longer, because it's a thicker fabric on there. But apart from that, I've not touched anything else at all. And then, if we look, there is absolutely no waving at all. It's it's perfectly flat. As we know with fleece jerseys, it often waves and stretches. Exactly it. And again, if we open the seam up on the inside, absolutely perfectly flat again. Again, this is what a machine should do for you. It should give you that performance level, give you confidence to know whatever I want to sew, whatever piece of fabric I'm picking up, whether I'm dressmaking, making something for the Christmas meal, if we're all going out on the Christmas meals,
well,
obviously bridal, obviously weddings and that next year I think are going to be through the roof on there.
Let's hope so.
It's a machine that's certainly going to cope with all of that.
Okay, you've got 15 minutes to get your question in for Gary. What I want you to do now, Gary, is go through all the feet. It's such a shame because normally 2 hours is not enough, isn't
that goes
it?
quick enough.
So
yeah.
I want you to go through the feet that you get as standard, and then what you've put together as the deal for this
there's the package
limited
on there.
amount of machines that we've got.
So what we've got built into the machine already, say, is our smart jaw feeding system. We've now got our straight stitch foot built onto the machine with our straight stitch needle plate and our straight stitch feed. As we've seen, we've got our zigzag needle plate, and then with our zigzag feed as well, which then comes with our normal utility zigzag foot.
Right.
Then we've got our patchwork piecing foot, which allows us to use the jaw feeding system as well.
Right.
Then we've got our 1/4 inch foot with the guide. Which
Yes, because sometimes you don't want to use that one because it catches.
No, it catches
It's all right if
exactly
you've got an edge of fabric and you're doing a seam, but if you're doing where it's like a half square triangle, sometimes that one gets in the way.
Literally our flat piecing, anything like that, if you try twisting with the guide on it, will twist the fabric up, which is not good.
Yeah.
So on there. We've then got our inner ditch foot. So again, for our patchwork quilters on there, which again will allow us to use a smart jaw feeding system. Then we've got our utility feet on here. So we've got our patterning foot.
Now, how do we know which foot we have to use for which stitch?
So as we look on the screen on here, as we choose a stitch, it will come up with a letter, A and B, for instance, on this particular one being straight stitch, A being our utility foot, B being our zip foot.
Right,
so
okay.
it gives us the option, obviously, whichever one we want to do on there. Then we've got our blind hem foot. So because I've got it on straight stitch still at the moment, I can't show you a zigzag on there at the moment because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
That's our zip foot.
Right.
So as we've noticed again, we've got the spacing so we can use our smart jaw feeding system when inserting zips. Zips are one of those things, the more help you've got, the better.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely brilliant on that.
Totally.
Then that's our open toe applique foot. So again, it gives you just that nice bit of viewing on there for following all your satin stitch and movement. It also then comes with the free motion foot, which also can be used as the ruler foot as well. So we can see we've got the deep frill on there. So and again, it's the clear foot, so it's a nice bit of viewing on there. Then we have our sensor buttonhole system.
Right.
And then so it takes the measurement, it will measure the button for you, so it takes
So it's
the
like,
measurement
the normal, you put the button you're using in the end of it.
That's it.
And then it does everything else for you.
It will do everything else for you. With this one, it actually gauges and senses the fabric for you as well. So the fabric actually doesn't touch the feed system on our machines. It actually goes between two gliders, so it comes out a perfect size because there's no chance of it slipping on the feed or anything like that.
Is that what that electric pluggy thing on
And that's exactly what the pluggy is on there, the pluggy thing that go in the side of the machine on there.
Perfect.
Absolutely brilliant.
Obviously, and how many buttonholes does it do?
On there, it's got 15 style, well, technically 16 buttonholes.
I mean,
on there.
you're never
got enough to
need...
play with.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but the thing is now, at the moment, is things like soft furnishing, so curtains, tab top curtains, tie backs, cushions, all using buttonholes, bag making buttonholes.
Of course.
So where before people think, oh, why would I want those? No, they're used a lot more now on that creative side. So
it's not just putting them on a blouse or anything like that.
Not at all now. So, but again, you have got some nice tailored buttonholes on there as well for that purpose.
Okay.
So you've got a nice storage box which just comes with it.
So all your feet all live in there all the
live
time.
in there.
Yeah.
But then you've got a large extension table, which is then with the machine as well. So I take that off, which then gives us a sleeve arm. And then once that's off, we have then got our accessory arm.
That comes with it?
This comes with it as well.
Perfect.
So, and then the nice thing...
So that's how it'll arrive in the box,
that is exactly
like that,
how it
and then
arrives.
you can have the table to it after.
And then say that, because that's in the box just to put
and
on
do they
there.
open? Are they
and
ones that open?
that's a nice thing with this. If you are then obviously doing other projects or you're taking your machine out where you don't necessarily want a table or all your attachments, in the front, that just opens up and we've got then all the storage area.
Right.
So I just take that off again so I can tip it a bit forward.
Okay, hang on a sec, we'll just come in on there.
On there. So...
Oh, hang on, we'll just come in now.
And then in here, you have then got all your individual, again, it's black on black,
oh,
isn't
yeah.
it?
Oh,
So,
but I can see it from here, there's like indented bits in there.
So there's certain projects and that you've got, you can again put your attachments in, you're going to be using in there as well. So so that all comes with it as well. And then in the back, you've got nice storage area in the back as well.
Brilliant.
So you've got really good storage facility.
Excellent.
With both of those.
So we're still on standard.
This
aren't
is
we?
all
This is what
coming
comes with the machine
as
anyway.
standard with the machine. You've also then got the knee lifter, but we have also got the auto foot lift as well.
Yes.
But the knee lifter is that mechanical which goes into the front.
Yeah,
of the
but the
machine.
knee lift sometimes, even with any automatic thing, you've still got to if you're quilting and you want to pivot,
Yeah.
the last thing you want to do is let go here to do anything.
Oh,
Whereas
absolutely.
you just move your knee, move it round, so your hands never move.
It is one of those things, once you've used it, they are brilliant. I would recommend anybody with a knee lifter who's scared to get it at the box or that, give it a go. They are great on there, they really are.
Okay.
And also it gives you extra high clearance as well.
Of course,
So
yeah.
for your thicker, bulkier fabrics. Yeah, it comes with a semi-hard cover on here, so it's hard either side, well protected and there.
Lovely.
And then the handle's built into the machine.
The thing is, it's not a machine. I think it's a machine that once you got it in your workroom, I guess you can move it. It's not ultra heavy, but you're not going to be taking it to class.
Not
and
many
things
people
like
want to be
that. It's going to be
carrying it
your
around.
pride and joy in your sewing.
Exactly, yeah. It is obviously a solid machine. It's got a very heavy metal chassis. That's why there's no vibrations, movement that way. So no, it is a very solid machine, really to keep in situ on there.
Perfect.
So that's obviously the what actually comes as standard with the machines. You've got lots there already.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But obviously we've got a nice package as we were aware.
So
obviously,
much, Gary, that you
because
had
the
into this
machines
one. It's
availability,
brilliant.
we know prices have changed and things like that. So we've just tried to come together with trying to hold it on the price a little bit, but by putting some extras with it.
Yeah, of course,
again.
yeah. So what do you get? Now, these are all the things that on the graphics said you get a £300 worth of goodies. This is your £300 worth of goodies.
This is all the extras on here. So going back to the question about different attachments like A fitting, B fitting, D on there, this is our shank adapter. So this will turn every low fitting foot shank into a high shank adapter to fit on our machine. So if people at home got ruler feet, attachments and things like that, you can use all of those.
We used to sell one at Sewing Quarter, and you had to choose whether you were low, high, or there was another one, medium.
That's right,
whatever.
medium height on there as well.
And so you could only use your machine. So this means you can use any of, if you've got the rulers at home and you've bought low shank or you've got high shank, you can use any of them.
Any of them on there. That's it.
I mean, that's worth the fortune.
So again, with that attachment, it's something we've felt a must, because once you go to this level of machine, you've usually had machines. It's not usually your first machine.
No, exactly.
So you've got attachments out there, and as we say, there's so many different variations, but this is the most common one. So that's what we put with it.
Perfect.
Embroidery foot. Even though we've got the ruler foot and the clear foot with it, this is one of my biggest asked for free motion feet. It's the open toe.
Right, of course.
So on there. So it's a stippling foot. And the nice thing with ourselves as well, it's not a hopper foot. It doesn't bounce around. You gauge the height. You can adjust the height so it floats.
Yeah.
So it's a lot smoother.
So Helen Newton and Cara and Delphine would love that, because that's what they use all the time.
Yeah, so it's not banging around and things like that. It is lovely and smooth that way. So that's the two attachments that way. Also then we have got a double thread stand on here as well.
Okay, so you'd have to put it up.
With that, we won't be able to say, I think we're running out of time to attach it to the machine.
You've only got, exactly.
All it is, it's like if you was on the back of the machine, it's like a spool holder.
Oh, okay.
So this then sits on the back of the machine. It only just screws into place. You don't need to do any major stuff.
The holes
it's
are there
already
then,
got the
ready.
holes on the back of the machine
Perfect,
for it. So that's the thread stand. And then you get your telescopic arm, which then sits into the machine on here. So you can run then cones of thread. It's fantastic for metallic threads, obviously invisible threads.
But sometimes that's
like
what
that.
a machine needs, isn't it? It doesn't need it just coming off the top going through. It needs that space and that kind of almost to flow better.
Or to make it flow, that's right. The more the flow you've got, the better. And also by having the thread reel directly off the reel, is not involving any weight of the reel either. So it's a lot better that way. So so the dual spool stand that we put with it as well.
Perfect.
And then, as an extra bonus, this is something that...
oh, my word.
I know, we just thought, this is a couple of feet, again, is sort of feet that I do get asked for quite a lot, and this is all on the dressmaking side.
Right.
So, we have got your concealed zip foot, or invisible zip foot, I should say, on here. So again, it's one of those things, once you put invisible zip in, you never look back. Absolutely brilliant.
You can't get that one open.
Sorry, just doing it with one hand.
There you go.
Voila.
You think with all your years' experience,
Yes, it'd be able to do. I'm used to Velcro nowadays.
Yeah, of course.
Not easier. So that's the invisible zip foot on there.
Uh-huh.
Then we've got our narrow zip foot.
Now, you don't get Gary's sample, you only get the feet that do
yeah,
these
this is,
things,
I'm afraid so, yeah. But it's one of the, sort of the girls who've done it. Absolutely brilliant she is. She would not be happy if I let this go.
Oh, okay,
I'd be in
right.
trouble.
So what's this one, sorry?
So this is my narrow zip foot. So a lot of modern zip feet now have got the part at the back, the gauge at the back, which sits on the teeth to help keep it straight. And what a lot of people did is they use their zip foot for piping, which is not really the correct thing to do because you can't get it quite close enough. So we've done a narrow zip foot, so you can actually get it absolutely spot on.
I'm one of those
to the
people,
edge.
I was trained to do my piping using a zipper foot.
So yeah, exactly. And because back then you, back
All right,
when I started as well, you couldn't buy piping feet for domestic machines. So we all used a zip foot.
Yeah.
That is exactly it.
Yeah, way back then.
But also then we've got double piping feet as well.
Right.
So again, which is nice again for that decorative, again for bag making, cushions. Very, very big at the moment.
I don't know what that is.
So
double
it's a
piping.
double
You do
piping
two
foot.
lots of piping.
Yeah. So with the foot underneath, you've got a double row cut out underneath the foot. So it will allow you to use parallel lines of piping on there.
And
so,
the thing is, when you try and do those with a zipper foot,
Yeah.
you get the first one perfect, then the second one's always a bit.
That's right, and it's you're never going to get it perfectly close on there because you just physically can't hold it close enough. So no, the double piping foot, again, that creative attachment on there.
Fantastic.
So which is nice. Gathering foot. So again, it literally does what it says on the tin. So it just nicely gathers up for inside gathering, pleating gathering, no problems at all. Obviously, we can also play around with the machine, so we can extend that gathering as well. Where a lot of gathering is only done on lighter weight fabrics.
Yeah.
Because we can play with our differential feed on here, even for those heavier cottons. Don't get me wrong, can't go too heavy.
No.
It will still gather.
But it's
that.
dressmaking, it's not furnishing, it's for dressmaking.
It is for dressmaking.
So you can make a frill for a cushion on it, something like that, but just not anything heavier.
Not anything heavier than
So
that,
the dress that Rebecca just made, that she needs to ruche up, she needs to gather up the skirt, she needs to gather up the neck.
Absolutely, round the arms.
You can do all of that using that foot.
Very much so. Yep.
Rather than sitting there doing
That's it, and
all of
pulling
that, and then your
threads,
thread
holding it up
breaking
that
and
way.
stuff,
Yeah, so that will automatically do that for you. So,
Brilliant.
which is nice.
There's more.
The roll hem foot. So again, it does what it says on the tin. Literally rolls the edge on there.
Yeah.
Really nice fine edge on that one. And then
these are all free. These are all a gift that come if you buy this machine today.
Then the bias binder.
Yeah.
So again, for the edging on there. So which is really nice, gives you that perfect finish. And then button sew on foot. So it's a button clamping foot more than anything. So it just holds the button. It's got special rubber grips on. So again, there's less chance of that bobbin's button moving on there. So
okay, got a very quick question. We've only got 2 minutes left. Does the narrow zip foot attach to the walking foot? Sorry for bothering you. Karen, you're not bothering
Not bothering at all. No, that's a good question again. Alas, no, I'm afraid that one doesn't on there. Obviously, the normal zip foot, you could use the dual feeding system and the walking foot, but no, the narrow zip foot, because it's very tiny, there's nowhere actually for the dual feeder to
go. But good question, though,
Good
Karen.
question, but you can still completely alter your needle. So if you need to get it that little bit closer, we can use the 36 needle positions built into the machine for that.
36.
No problem. Yeah. So obviously it comes with some extra bobbins, even though it got 4 or 5 with the machine.
We're
put an extra 10
earlier.
bobbins
That's
with it
what I
as
was
well.
gonna say.
Going by the question earlier.
Don't worry about buying extra bobbins because it comes with ones you get with the box and an extra 10.
And an extra 10 on top.
Very quick question now. Sorry we're having to rush like this. Gary and John, when sewing, is there any way to stitch backwards other than going to stitch 30, then back again from Sandra? I don't know what that means.
Well, the only thing is just to reverse.
Yeah.
So
you've got your
if I've got the auto tie on and off actually switched off.
Yeah.
So then then starting, we have then just got a reverse button, like so.
Yeah, and then go forward.
But if I had my foot control when I was using my foot, I would then just press reverse. It'd be like an instant reverse forward, instant reverse forward. So yeah.
So the foot. So what you're saying, you can put things. I know we've got no time left. We've got literally 2 minutes now. On the foot, the foot that you use, because you're using the button on this one.
That's
you do
it.
get a pedal and everything.
You get a
like
pedal
that.
with
Is
these.
it one of those fancy dancy pedals?
That's
that you
it.
can
It's
plug
got
everything
the
into.
dual foot control, and it's got a separate button on, so which I can turn into a reverse button.
Oh,
so
okay.
I can use the foot control acceleration, stop, reverse, accelerate again, but it's the same as what I could do with the reverse button on the machine. But if you have the automatic tie on, tie off at the beginning and ends, obviously that will activate that as a tie-on rather than
course.
just the reverse. So,
Brilliant.
yeah.
Now, I need to warn you, we've only got a limited amount of these. There were several in baskets, so please just not be careful, because I've got enough at the moment, but I've got several of these in baskets. Gary, I'm going to have to say goodbye.
Oh,
I know, it's
brilliant.
gone way
Well,
too
just say,
quickly.
just 1 hour, it's great to be here, so thank you very much for squeezing me
It's
in.
always a pleasure to see you. But we tell you next time they book you, say you want 2 hours because it's not long enough to. We haven't scratched the surface with this machine.
Absolutely
really,
not
have
at
we,
all, no.
But it's always a pleasure to you. Have a lovely Christmas.
Thank you, and yourself. Thank you very much. Happy Christmas, everybody.
And we'll see you in the new year, definitely. If you've got any questions, put it on the fans page and we'll make sure Gary reads them later, or we'll get the answers from Gary for you. Or people who've already got the machine, they might be able to tell you as well. But you can, as you say, you can always get in touch with
Contact me
Gary or
direct.
any of the boys at Franklin's.
No problem.
Right, and you get your 2-year warranty, and it's ready to be shipped now. It's not a buy it now, wait, you will get it in time for Christmas. It will be shipped out.
I have them in the warehouse waiting to go. Yeah.
So they're ready to go straight away. Right, tomorrow's menu. Congratulations if you got that. Congratulations. And also that offer, right, is only limited. It's limited. Now, because if we have to restock, it won't come with that. It won't come with that image. And who knows what could happen to the price? Not Gary's fault, not Juki's, not anybody's fault. It's just the way of the world, isn't it?
At the
Everything's
moment.
going up.
Hello. I'm surrounded by me. Surrounded. A lot of people's worst nightmare. 1 or 2 people's absolute dream, I'm sure. I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much to Gary and to John, of course, for those very informative view of the Juki UX8. Now, don't forget, it's a fantastic package that you're getting there. Amazing Wi-Fi capabilities there as well. Love that little TV screen. It's absolutely superb for watching while you're actually working, watching those instructional videos. Superb. And also just a terrific all-round package. Remember, with that deal, you're also getting a £300 bundle, exclusive bundle added in to increase the value. Amazing bundle there. Now, this is what comes as standard on your Juki. So feet-wise, your standard presser foot, zipper, overcast, blind hem, buttonhole, manual buttonhole, open toe presser foot, your patchwork, 1/4-inch foot, quilt guide, 1/4-inch foot, straight stitch throat plate, really good for when you're doing a lot of straight stitching. There is so much on there. You get your knee lift, extension table, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, then you're also getting that fabulous £300 bundle on top of that. One of the things I love on that machine is having that extra pedal that you can program to do one of 7 different functions. Probably the most useful one there would be thread cutting, to be able to do that with your foot. Just brilliant. That combined with the knee lift, just speeding up all of your work, making everything so much easier. Also got that built-in walking foot, of course, not something that you're going to lose. You just pull that clip down at the back and away you go. Also the box feed, essentially so that the feed dogs are in contact with your fabric for longer, creating a much more consistent, reliable seam. I tell you what I did find impressive in that video, sewing through all of those layers of denim, not only doing that flat fell seam down the side, but then doing the turn-ups on the bottom, and the way it just glides over the top of all those layers. That is very, very impressive. Juki, of course, a name I always associate with being kind of #1 in industry. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't have any place in industry. So, you know, a lot of the features that you get on a home sewing machine from Juki have been tried, tested and developed often for industry. So just a fantastic pedigree there. Now then, let's have a quick look at the menu for tomorrow. John Scott is going to be in presenting. I'm going to be guesting with John, but at 8 a.m. John will be here with Quilting Tools. Then at 9 a.m. excuse me, it's Tilda's, I beg your pardon, it's Tilda's Toy Box. at 10 a.m, Quilting Tools and Pre-Cuts. And then at 11 a.m, it's the Moda Nocturnal Fabric Collection with me. If you've seen the gorgeous quilt in kind of peachy oranges and black and sage green on my Instagram and Facebook, that is the Nocturnal range. Lots and lots of you loving that. That's going to be at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, John will head on over to Yarn Lane. And just continue all ready for my birthday day on Thursday. Hello. There we go. I'd obviously just got back from Australia. I'm all very bronzed in the picture, not compared with pasty pale me. I might do a spray tan for Thursday. Who knows? Well, I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow with John Scott, bright and early, 8 a.m. Between now and then, take care of yourselves and each other.